Check one. Okay. Check one, two. Okay. So that's all we need.
Good morning. Just testing audio. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Check 1 2, check 1 2. Thank you all for joining us on day 2 of our CTC meeting here in beautiful Riverside. If you didn't all get to go walk up and down the promenade last night, that was packed full of people. That was amazing last night. So we're thrilled to be here. Douglas, if we could do roll call, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Bradshaw. Here. Commissioner Cruz.
Present.
Commissioner Falcone. Here. Commissioner Grisby. I believe Commissioner Grisby's just outside. He'll be here momentarily. Vice Chair Guardino. Present. Commissioner Lugo. Present. Commissioner Liu. Here. Commissioner Norton.
Present.
Commissioner Tavaloni. Chair Eager.
Here.
Senator Newman. Assemblymember Friedman. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Douglas. You want to give us some instructions?
Thank you. Welcome to day 2 of the December 2023 CTC meeting in Riverside. The Commission's meeting agenda is located on our website at www.catc.ca.gov. All of the presentations for today's meeting are also available on the Commission meetings page of our website under the View Download Meeting Materials tab. Any document the CTC creates can be translated into any language you need. Simply email us at ctc@catc.ca.gov, and we will have them returned to you as quickly as possible. American Sign Language translation is being provided on the webinar for this meeting. You should see the translator on your screen. You may also look at the views. We had some questions yesterday. They could only see one camera. At the top of the screen where you see the cameras, there's a spot for a single camera view, multiple camera views, or the gallery view. So you may need to move over to one of those to always have the sign language translator on there. For our presenters, you are on the agenda to make a presentation. Please do your best to be succinct. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating service adequate time for accurate translations. If you are presenting remotely, we hope that you will turn on your camera during your presentation if you have one. We welcome comments from the public as part of each meeting at this item. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk at the front of the room, that's me up here, to let us know you want to comment on an item. For those attending via Zoom, you should see the webinar control panel, likely located at the bottom of your screen. There you'll find a raise hand and a Q&A tabs. We encourage you to use the raise hand feature as early into the item as you can to give the system time to acknowledge you. Committee staff will let you know when it's your turn to make a comment. Alternately, you may use the Q&A tab to submit your comment. Please be sure to include agenda item number you are commenting on. Commission staff will read the comment on your behalf. And just another quick reminder on that one, we had someone who needs to make a comment, not sure they'll be available when we take up that item. Go ahead and send in that written comment and we'll make sure we read it when we get to that item. As a reminder, each registered attendee is provided a unique link and phone number to access the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants as they are registered to your name and can create confusion to staff when making comments. For all meeting attendees, please do your best to be concise. Please make sure that your comments add new information. If you agree with the comments of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating service adequate time for accurate translations. Since we often have many speakers, we ask that you make your point in 3 minutes or less. If, for some reason, we have many speakers on any single topic, we reserve the right to limit comments to 1 minute as needed. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Douglas. So if anyone missed yesterday, we'll go back and have all our commissioners give their reports again. No, I'm just kidding. We are now on item 17, which is a timed item, the South Workshop for the Draft 2024 Regional Transportation Plan Guidelines. We have Bridget.
Thank you, Chair Eager, and good morning, Commissioners. Tab 17 is an informational item to hold the Southern California Workshop for the Draft 2024 Regional Transportation Plan, or RTP, guidelines. For California Government Code, the Commission is required to hold 2 workshops, one in Northern California and one in Southern California, prior to amending the RTP guidelines. On October 6th, the Commission released draft versions of the RTP guidelines for a 30-day public comment period. We received 15 comment submittals during that public comment period, spanning many different topics. I wanted to highlight a couple of trends from the feedback that we received. First, stakeholders recommended we consider additional suggestions for community engagement, as well as expand considerations for environmental justice. And for the Metropolitan Planning Organization version of the guidelines, stakeholders requested that we ensure new language does not go beyond existing statutory requirements, particularly for the areas of transportation performance management and the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, better known as RHNA. As we move towards finalization, Commission staff, along with our Caltrans team, is continuing to work on specific language. In particular, we are continuing to coordinate with the California Department of Housing and Community Development, metropolitan planning organizations, and other stakeholders to ensure we are accurately reflecting the housing coordination requirements in the RTP guidelines. Looking forward, we're hoping to bring the Northern California workshop to our January Commission meeting, as well as bring forward the proposed final guidelines for adoption. And lastly, I would like to thank all of the stakeholders who have been engaged in this process, and especially those who took the time to provide very detailed and thoughtful comments during the public comment period. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you. I believe we have Aaron Hoyt that would like to speak. Public comment?
Good morning, Chair Eager, Commissioners, and Executive Director Taylor. My name is Aaron Hoyt. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for the Nevada County Transportation Commission, and I'd just like to take a few seconds to share my appreciation for your staff as I've worked alongside them in these updates on the regional transportation planning guidelines for the regional transportation planning agencies. Those are the 26 primarily rural counties within the state that these guidelines apply to. And in the last 2017 update, the guidelines were split in two, and we do feel it's important to continue to maintain two separate guidelines as your staff is proposing. Your staff has tirelessly sifted through Senate bills, Assembly bills. They've sifted through statewide planning documents, all to determine what updates are needed in these guidelines. They've also listened to the MPOs, the RTPA, stakeholders, other agencies, in terms of their thoughts and input on what should change and what updates should be made. And oftentimes we've all had differing opinions or different perspectives on these, which is expected. But what's important is that as staff continues to work through this, that they read through the regulations and guidelines and make sure that we're putting in changes that should be made and shall be made, because it's important that those words really have real meaning and they directly correlate to the fiscal and technical capabilities of some of the regional transportation planning agencies, especially in the smaller regions. So with that, I'd just like to thank your staff and share my appreciation for their communication, their guidance, and their willingness to talk through issues and questions we have on this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, we do have one virtual attendee with their hand raised at this time.
Okay.
I'd like to call on Sofia Rafikova. Sofia, you're now free to unmute yourself and make a comment.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Sofia Rafikova, the Coalition for Clean Air. We've been closely engaged in the RTP guidelines update process, and I'm very thankful to the CTC staff for working us to incorporate our comments. In particular, we do appreciate that our suggestions on improving the freight section were added in, such as aligning the language with the California Freight Mobility Plan and adding considerations for water, light, and noise pollution. We have a few final recommendations that we believe will make the guidelines stronger in promoting sustainable transportation options and better MPO accountability. The previous version contained a requirement for MPOs to provide Caltrans with an explanation of how the list of RTP projects will accomplish various state and federal goals, such as the reduction of VMT. We strongly supported this requirement, as it would give Caltrans a better understanding of which regions are moving the state priorities forward and which regions might need more support. We are disappointed to see this requirement removed in the most recent version of the guidelines and ask for it to be restored. We're also concerned about the reference to the California Rural Counties Task Force study that is included in the background information on vehicle miles traveled and induced demand. While we acknowledge that VMT impacts are different for rural areas, we strongly disagree with the study's claim that induced demand does not exist for projects constructed in rural areas. In fact, a research study authored by the UC Davis Institute for Transportation Studies shows that induced demand can occur in both rural and urban areas and happens anytime a project increases travel speed, improves travel time, improves safety, or provides access to previously inaccessible areas. Due to this inconsistency with already available research, we ask that the reference to the Rural Counties Task Force study be removed and replaced with a reference to the UC Davis ITS report and a link to the NCST-induced travel calculator. Finally, we would like the RTP guidelines to include tools and examples for MPOs to accurately calculate revenue assumptions. There are currently no enforcement mechanisms for what happens when an MPO bases its future revenue on a funding source that is yet to materialize, such as relying on the passage of a local tax ballot measure that fails to pass. To ensure more accurate funding estimates as part of the fiscally constrained project list requirement, we'd like the RTP guidelines to provide resources for how MPOs can accurately calculate future funding estimates. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
I see no other request for comment on this item.
Oh, we have one more.
Okay, but we got. That's okay.
Morning, Mike.
Chair Eager, fellow commissioners, Mike Woodman with the Nevada County Transportation Commission. Just to comment briefly on the previous comment that we just heard, I'm the project manager for the Rural Induced Demand Study. And just want to be clear, the Rural Induced Demand Study does not say that induced demand cannot occur in rural conditions or rural projects. What the study says is you have to take that context into location, into consideration, and certain factors must be present. So there very well could be induced demand that results from an improvement in a rural corridor if those factors are present. So the study really is just saying that context matters, and you have to take it in consideration. So just wanted to provide that clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No other public comment now, right? Okay, thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Grisby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. I had a question for the last speaker, if it's possible.
For Mike?
Yeah, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So you mentioned there's factors that need to be present before induced demand occurs in rural areas. Could you mention what some of those might be?
Sure. For induced demand to be present, you really have to have significant levels of congestion over multiple hours of the day that then results in latent demand or trips being suppressed because the congestion level is so extreme, folks are putting off putting those trips. And then if you added capacity, like in a heavily congested corridor, and frees up the capacity, it frees up those trips to be made, and so induces that demand. If you don't have that significant level of congestion and you don't have the suppressed trips and latent demand, it is unlikely that you're going to induce significant demand. And also, the improvements based on the research, it shows that you have to reduce or improve travel times by 10 to 15 minutes to really change travel behavior. So those are some of the key factors.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Before you go,
One more question.
I'm sorry, just,
Sure.
I've been struggling with this for a little while. Maybe you have an answer to it. If, other than for safety projects, if we're not why we would be adding capacity if it wasn't for the need to reduce congestion in the first place? You see what I'm saying? It's kind of like,
Sure.
if you're thinking about adding capacity, then you've got a congestion problem, and therefore it's likely to induce demand is how I've been thinking about it. But what you're saying seems to be a little different.
Yeah, because a lot of times you have safety or operational issues. And on a lot of these rural highways, it's like a 2-lane rural highway. And it results if you have, freight movement, goods movement, impedes traffic, you get illegal passing, different things. So you would do like a truck climbing lane, for example. So different operational and safety improvements, but not necessarily for the pure benefit of reducing congestion.
While he's still here, any other questions? Yes, one more. I keep saying one more, but
This might be out of the scope of your research, but are you studying what impact changes in the transportation system, like an added lane, for example, might have on land use?
It will take that into consideration in terms of the level of growth and development occurring within the context of the location of that project. That's always something that you need to take into account, whether or not it's going to induce development and thereby induce additional demand. So it does look at that and take that into consideration of the overall project context. You're welcome. And we will hopefully be presenting in March.
That'd be great.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One question, I'm sorry.
Oh, oh, I'm sorry.
So when you're looking at
This is definitely the last one.
when you're looking at these projects and you're talking increased capacity or induced demand, how do you prioritize the safety element?
You know, that's one of the challenges that we face, is we have multiple competing goals at the state. And of course, you know, climate change and addressing those impacts is an important one and seems to come to the forefront these days. But you have to balance all of the goals, and you can't, you know, lose sight of safety, which is, you know, we spoke about yesterday, is so critical. So there may be times, even on a project that may induce some demand, where you just have to accept that trade-off, acknowledge the benefits of safety, override the impacts of, you know, induced demand in that case. So you just have to weigh them all and balance them. You're welcome.
Is that it? Ah,
I apologize, Madam Chair.
he has Commissioner Martinez.
Everybody loves
whispering
this
in his
topic.
ear. Commissioner Martinez is saying, one more question.
I know. Yes. I apologize. I lost my train of thought. I'll get in a second. So what happens, actually, how many projects are you looking at? What's the N number that you're looking at?
Gosh, if I remember off the top of my head, I think the study, we actually pulled out about 15 to 20 projects. We started with a larger list, narrowed it down to about 15 or 20 that met the criteria, analyzed those. I want to say maybe 5 to 6 of those are just projects within rural regions outside of an MPO boundary. And then the other projects are projects that are rural projects within an MPO boundary. So looking at both.
Thank you.
But you'll have a full report for us around March.
Yes, and Chair Eager attended the American Planning Association conference, so she got an early preview.
I did, yes. Thank you. Now run.
Thank you.
Run, sit down.
Let's wait till he gets almost back.
Yeah, and then call him back, yeah. Okay, one more. Thank you. We will now move to tab 18, adoption of the 2023 Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program. Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair Eager, and good morning, Commissioners. Tab 18 is an action item to adopt the 2023 Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program. Staff recommendations were publicly posted to the Commission's website on November 3rd, 2023. This last May, the Commission adopted the 2023 Program Guidelines. This first of its kind competitive program dedicates funding to support the development and implementation of adaptation projects to increase the resiliency of existing surface transportation infrastructure in communities, particularly climate vulnerable populations, to natural disasters, hazards and disasters, including changing climate conditions. The funding for this program is supported by the Federal Promoting Resilient Operations for Transformative, Efficient, and Cost-Saving Transportation Formula Program, known as PROTECT. The program also received a one-time state appropriation of $148 million under Senate Bill 198. The first cycle of the program encompasses fiscal years 2023-24 through 2025-26, with a total programming capacity of $296.5 million, which includes the full amount of the state appropriation. The significance of this program and the state's substantial contribution cannot be overstated. The infusion of the additional $148 million doubled the total available funding in Cycle 1 thus increasing the potential number of projects recommended this cycle. The Commission received 22 project nominations by the July 31st due date, totaling $348.7 million in funding requests and representing over $1.1 billion in total project costs. The evaluation process consisted of 10 trained volunteer evaluators comprised of Commission and Caltrans staff, divided into 2 teams. Eligible nominations received scores from each individual evaluator, which formed the basis for a team consensus score. At the conclusion of team evaluations, leaders from each team met to discuss the 2 sets of team scores and to assign ultimate consensus scores. Before presenting these staff recommendations, I would like to acknowledge those who have contributed towards this moment. Firstly, thank you to the applicants. It takes a kind of bravery to submit to a brand new program, particularly when there are no previous examples from which to draw from. The nominated projects reflect the urgency of our climate present, but also hope for a resilient, prosperous, and equitable future. Secondly, thank you to Commission staff and staff from Caltrans headquarters divisions of local assistance, financial programming, and transportation planning for their assistance in standing up the program, providing guidance on many wide-ranging inquiries, and participating in the evaluations process. Now I would like to turn your attention to the accompanying PowerPoint presentation to provide a brief overview of of staff recommendations and project highlights. Next slide. I don't know if it's up. Okay. Is it showing, Doug? I can't see it. Oh, thank you. So this first slide, entitled Project Requirements, illustrates the 3 program goals that each funded nomination must support as demonstrated through the application narrative. Next slide, please. We will skip this slide because in the interest of time, it is in the staff recommendation in the book item. Next slide, please. This pie chart illustration shows a breakdown of the total funding recommended to support the 3 main eligible activities under the program. Next slide, please. This table expands upon the previous slide by illustrating the percentage of recommended funding between North and South regions. Of the 15 recommended projects, 10 are located in the North, including all 5 recommended community resilience emergency evacuation related projects. Now I'm excited to highlight a few of the successful projects, beginning with one located here in Riverside County. Next slide, please. The Addressing Climate Change, Emergencies, and Sandstorms project, nominated by Coachella Valley Association of Governments, will address the frequent and prolonged closures of Indian Canyon Drive due to flooding and blow sand. Next slide, please. The project will protect access to critical facilities and enhance mobility by replacing 2 at-grade crossings with elevated structures over Whitewater River and Chino Canyon Creek, enhanced with sand fencing, grade-separated active transportation improvements, wildlife undercrossings, and safety elements. Next slide, please. The US 50 Trip to Green project, nominated by the El Dorado County Transportation Commission, will implement intelligent transportation systems technology and a series of automated barriers and channelization measures within the city of Placerville along US 50. Next slide, please. These improvements, which were temporarily piloted during the county's largest ever Caldor fire in 2021, enabled an additional 1,000 vehicles per hour to evacuate from the affected area. Next slide, please. The Coastal Rail Infrastructure Resiliency Project, nominated by the Orange County Transportation Authority, will implement improvements recommended from a conceptual planning study that is currently underway to address suspension of service that has repeatedly occurred since September 2021 due to various climate-related events. Next slide, please. The implementation of the concepts will support the operation of the rail line by stabilizing and protecting the rail in place for the next 30 years. Following the December adoption, Commission staff will initiate the update to the program guidelines in early 2024 in anticipation of the second cycle Call for Projects 2025. Unless reauthorized in the next federal appropriation bill or permanently funded through the California State Legislature, the second cycle will be the last. Commissioners, staff recommends your approval of the 2023 Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program.
Thank you. We do have a few public comment. The first one is Mike Woodman, but I don't know if he still wants to come up here. Might have learned his lesson.
Thank you, Chair Eager, fellow commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today on the LTCAP staff recommendations. The Nevada County Transportation Commission is here to support the staff recommendations. Included in those recommendations is the State Route 49 Grass Valley Wildfire Evacuation Route project. And this project will improve resiliency by hardening the infrastructure along the highway and provide the ability to facilitate contraflow operations, thereby significantly reducing evacuation times. It'll also provide safer facilities for pedestrian and cyclists in the corridor. And, you know, I just have to say how grateful we are to have this opportunity to see our climate planning, adaptation planning, and our regional partnerships and coordination lead to this successful application. Nevada County has been focused on this issue for a very long time, and we're kind of at the forefront in terms of wildfire evacuation and all of the planning going into it. I also want to thank Rebecca Light and your staff for the multiple engagement opportunities during the development of the guidelines. And just in closing, we recommend support for the staff recommendations, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
I do have a question,
Okay.
but not for you, though. Not for you.
You're good.
Thank you.
You're all good. Next up, we have Tom Kirk from Coachella Valley.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Good to be back again. Every time I'm back, you're giving us lots of money, which I really like.
Our pleasure.
And we are supportive of not only the recommendation, but the program. And I want to applaud the Commission and your staff for recognizing that climate change will affect different regions of this state differently. Sea level rise, certainly, extreme heat, which I'm not sure I could handle much more extreme heat in the Coachella Valley, and extreme weather events. And you heard from Lisa Middleton yesterday, council member in Palm Springs. This roadway was closed for the first 6 months of this year 38 times. So that's what we put in our application. And 38 times that ambulance, instead of taking 15 minutes from a low-income community in Desert Hot Springs to that hospital, takes 3 or 4 times that. Now multiply that by 10,000 cars every day. And that's not just time, but VMT. So we have a climate change project here, a climate adaptation project that also lowers VMT. So that was the first 6 months, and then a hurricane hit that had 1 in 1,000 year storm levels. That roadway has now been closed 85 days this year. And we take it as kind of a one-off. These one-off extreme events aren't happening once every 1,000 years or once every 100 years. They're happening more frequently in our part of the state. I'm sure we're seeing that throughout the state. So a program like this is really important to our community, and I want to thank the Commission for driving this sort of program. And on our speaker card, we put, I actually run 3 agencies. One is CVAG, so we involved our civil engineers. One is the Coachella Valley Conservation Commission, where we manage a conservation area involving sand dunes. So we had our wildlife biologists and plant biologists and ecologists working on this project. And the last is Desert Community Energy, a community choice aggregation entity where we're buying and selling carbon-free power in the city of Palm Springs. All 3 of those agencies took an important role on this project, and this commission demanded that kind of interdisciplinary approach to achieve multiple goals. Awesome program. We will be back again.
Thank you, Tom. Next up, we have Jerry Barton, El Dorado County.
Good morning, Chair Eager, Director Taylor, and Commissioners. I'm Jerry Barton with the El Dorado County Transportation Commission, or EDCTC. The US 50 Trip to Green project concept began to relieve interregional tourism congestion But in 2021, when the Caldor fire devastated El Dorado County, it became a critical project for evacuation preparedness and wildfire resiliency. The community of Pollock Pines, just east of the project area that was evacuated in 2021, is one of our most disadvantaged areas. The proof of concept pilot project conducted over 3 weekends in 2022 further demonstrated that the 3 signals on US 50 can be held safely and effectively in a solid green phase for an extended period of time to reduce congestion, reduce GHG emissions, and improve throughput on US 50. On behalf of the EDCTC Executive Director, Woodrow Deloria, who couldn't be here today, it's our board meeting, and the City of Placerville, we'd like to thank the CTC for supporting this extremely innovative project. We also want to thank Caltrans District Director Amarjeet Benapal and Traffic Operations District 3, Brian Alcancel. He was super helpful in the delivery of the pilot. This is a very out-of-the-box, innovative project, and we very much appreciate your support and are looking forward to moving this project forward. Happy to answer any questions you have them, and we hope you'll support the staff recommendations.
Thank you. Next up is Kenneth Cow. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Kenneth Cow with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. I also wanted to support staff recommendations. The Bay Area has 2 projects that are being recommended, Highway 37, as well as a project in the BART system. But beyond that, I really wanted to come up and thank staff, Rebecca Light and Lori Waters and the entire team. Standing up a new program is not easy. And I think that Rebecca has done a great job in holding workshops, conducting outreach, and talking with involved stakeholders. And so I really wanted to commend your staff on their great work. And with that, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Yes, we do have a few virtual attendees looking to comment on this item. First, I'd like to call on Donald Silverman.
Good morning, Chair Eager, Vice Chair Guardino, Commissioners, and Director Taylor. My name is Donald Sobelman. I'm a partner at the law firm of Farella, Braun, and Martel in San Francisco, and I'm here representing the Richard L. Padula Trust. Also attending this hearing via Zoom are Carolyn Stewart, who is one of the 2 trustees of the Padula Trust, and Logan Newberg, who is the trust beneficiary. The trust lands are in Mendocino County and consist of large contiguous tracts of forests, woodlands, and riparian habitat that support a wide range of significant animal and plant species, including bears, mountain lions, raptors, the northern spotted owl, and rare plants. The trust manages its lands to preserve and protect these environmental resources. As you have seen in the staff report for this agenda item, the trust submitted a comment letter regarding one of the projects that staff is recommending be accepted into the LTCAP program, the County of Mendocino's Brook Trails Second Access Project. The only alignments that the county is considering for this 2-mile-long arterial road would require that the vast majority of the project be constructed on the trust's environmentally sensitive lands in a manner that would have severe negative impacts on environmental resources on those lands. The trust has tried to get the county to consider alternative alignments that would not have such impacts, but the county has not been receptive to such an approach. As such, the commission would essentially be funding a project that is opposed by the most significant affected landowner and could only be constructed via a massive exercise of eminent domain power, as the trust will not consent to the project as proposed. While we appreciate staff's recommendation that the county consider the issues raised by the trust during the environmental review process under CEQA and NEPA, the trust believes that this is insufficient. The commission needs to clarify ahead of any vote to include this project in LTCAP 2 points that are not specifically addressed in the commission's adopted LTCAP program guidelines. First, the commission should confirm that the county will not lose LTCAP funds if it changes the project alignment to address the trust concerns. This is important as we understand the project is not financially feasible without this funding. Therefore, if LTCAP funding requires proceeding with one of the 2 currently proposed alignments, that will foreclose consideration under CEQA and NEPA of otherwise feasible alternatives that would not have the same environmental impacts. Second, the commission should confirm that LTCAP funds cannot be used to pay for eminent domain legal proceedings or compensation for this project. Unless the commission confirms both of these points, the trust respectfully requests that the Brook Trail Second Access Project not be accepted into the LTCAP program. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other public comment?
Yes, I see one other attendee with their hand raised at this time. I'd like to
Okay.
call on Yvonne Garcia.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Ivan Garcia with the Butte County Association of Governments. I'd like to express support for staff's recommendations on behalf of BCAG and the town of Paradise. We sincerely want to thank the commission and its awesome staff for your continued support in the rebuilding efforts for the town of Paradise, one that will be resilient with significantly improved emergency evacuation access. I wish I could be there today to communicate that in person, but I am currently in my board meeting. Thank you and see you later.
Thank you. We'll see you next time.
Thanks.
Any other public comment?
I see no other requests for comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from commissioners? Commissioner Grisby and then Vice Chair Gardino.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to staff for all the hard work on this. Are we the first in the nation to do this? First state, at least?
You talking about the program itself?
Yes.
Yes, as far as I'm aware, yes, this is the first in the nation.
Has anyone done any press releases, the governor's office or anything? Okay. Okay, cool. Perfect. Thank you. Just want to make sure. All right, perfect.
Thank you, Chair Eager. And just a couple of quick comments. The main one is, as we've heard from so many people, and is so reflective of the great work our professional team does under Tanisha's leadership on our staff, and that's to call out Rebecca Light, Lori Waters for the just tremendous work and the inclusive work. We hear that time. We hear that time and time again. The way that you bring people together, that we're transparent, that we give enough time, that we set clear guidelines, that we take people's input as we build those guidelines, and then we deliver improvements that will benefit our entire state. So thank you for that. Second, as we heard, we'll be able to do one more round. It's a smaller round. And then unless either our state or federal governments renew funding for this, regrettably, we'll have to wrap up this important work as climate change is only getting worse. So I want to continue to encourage us individually or collectively to encourage, probably at the moment, our federal government partners to look strongly at additional resources as we prove its worthiness. It's going to be a little more difficult here in California. As we all know, the LAO is coming out with numbers. The last time I checked 2 days ago, we're looking at a $58 billion downturn of funding over the next 3 years for our state. I believe there's newer numbers coming out today, but it's going to make it more challenging for new money for state programs. But let's not let that inhibit us, should we all concur, to continue to seek federal funds to keep this going for future rounds. And I won't make a motion because other people have improvements right in their jurisdictions that they have lived with themselves. But I, again, just wanted to thank our amazing team.
Thank you. Yes, do we have other commissioners who would like to speak? Yes, Commissioner Lugo.
Microphone on. Thank you, Chair. I have a question for staff. So related to the public comment that we heard around the project in Mendocino County. So I'm looking through also the letter that was submitted and just wanted to clarify here from staff. One of the questions is if the program is awarded funding, is there still flexibility to change the exact route of the proposed project? And that's something that can be amended as they go through the environmental review.
think Director Taylor wants to just
I'll take that question.
take that
So,
one.
it's pretty standard process. This project is requesting funds for the preliminary assessment and the environmental document. And so as they go through in the environmental document, we cannot take action on a specific alternative today because that would be a violation of sequence. So the project sponsor will go through the environmental process. We will await the answer of the final environmental document. They will come back before us with what we call a future consideration of funding, which will identify that preferred alternative, and we will fund the preferred alternative.
Okay, and so just to clarify that, if we were to exclude that project from funding today, in order to clarify a preferred route and have them reapply, that would just set things back, whereas those things could be figured out during the environmental review process.
Yeah, and they will be figured out during the environmental
Okay,
review process.
great, thanks for clarifying.
Commissioner Liu?
Well, that was my question, but I had
Okay.
another part to it. Well, I guess my first question is Donald Sobelman any relation, Tim? Not that he's aware of, okay. Just so we confirm that, that's a pretty important question. No, secondly, Donald Sobelman asked a second part of his question in his letter and today during his presentation or his comments about whether this would fund eminent domain proceedings, and I think that's a whole different class of money, right?
That is correct. That would be right-of-way funding.
Say that, Tanisha, can you say it again?
That would be correct. Environmental document doesn't cover the right-of-way phase where eminent domain would occur.
Okay, so he has clarification of both those issues.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Then I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Who was that? I didn't hear. Bradshaw? Okay, second? Second. Cruz, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations, motion carries. Yes. So before we move on to item 19, I was remiss in not acknowledging today was Pearl Harbor Day. And so we did want to acknowledge those who gave their lives on this day, men and women, and we will adjourn this meeting today on their behalf. So with that,
If I may, Madam Chair?
yes.
It's also this evening starts the first day of Hanukkah.
Ah, okay. Hanukkah.
Of Hanukkah.
Thank you. We will now move on to item 19. Draft Senate Bill 1121, State and Local Transportation Needs Assessment Interim Report. Francis.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tab 19 is an informational item. The draft Senate Bill 1121 State and Local Transportation Needs Assessment Interim Report, which I will refer to as the draft interim report, was released on November 9th and is available for public comment on the Commission's website. Public comments on the draft will be accepted through Friday, December 8th, so tomorrow. The draft interim report provides a summary of existing information and identifies areas of additional focus that will be more fully explored in the full needs assessment next year. It also provides an analysis of the summarized information and a plan for finalizing the full needs assessment. To quickly recap, Commission staff held the work group kickoff meeting on August 8th, released the draft interim report for public comment on November 9th, and held the public workshop for the interim report on November 30th. After the public comment period closes on December 8th, Commission staff will review all comments received and work to finalize the interim report. The final interim report will be presented at the January 25th to 26th Commission meeting, and then will be submitted to the legislature by January 27th, 2024.
Thank you. We do have a couple of individuals that would like to speak. Ruhama Tureda from the Carpenters Union.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Ruhama Tureda, here on behalf of the NorCal Carpenters Union, representing 37,000 members in Northern California. The state of California Roads and Bridges warrants a sustained commitment to fund roadway rehabilitation projects. The average age of a bridge in California is 50 years, which trails the national average by 10 years. According to the 2023 Local Streets and Roads Report, 54 of the 58 counties in California have pavements in fair to poor condition, which indicates a serious risk of needing significant and expensive repairs. The state of California faces a 10-year, $4 billion deficit to maintain local bridges. For city and county operated streets and roads, our 10-year deficit is $74 billion. If we want to work towards the best management practices identified in the 2008 Local Streets and Roads Report, which recommends achieving pavement condition scores of very good to protect drivers and prevent delayed rehabilitation, our infrastructure landscape points to the need to invest in the safety of our roads and bridges. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Kiana Valentine. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Kiana Valentine on behalf of Transportation California again this morning. Had a few comments on this item. The first and foremost is that I want to appreciate and recognize your amazing staff, as you have heard throughout this commission meeting. They have done a fantastic job reaching out to stakeholders, getting input from a variety of organizations and interests to put this draft report together in a pretty short timeline, right? They didn't have a ton of time. And then are going to be expected to turn around the full report in just about a year from now. So they've done a tremendous job, and I know they will continue to do so, and I wanted to publicly acknowledge them. The second thing I wanted to share was that the importance of this effort, as my colleague Ruhama just mentioned, cannot be overstated. It was a needs assessment in 2011. It was the Local Streets and Roads needs assessments since 2008 that allowed us to advocate and successfully then protect on a ballot initiative, SB1. If we were not able to communicate the needs to local constituencies and then show them the projects, multimodal projects, transit, bike ped, local streets and roads, bridges, highways, what they were going to get for that tax increase, we would not have been successful. So SB1 was really a factor of a solid needs assessment. I'm excited about this next edition because we are adding climate adaptation and resiliency. We are doing a deeper dive into the transit operations and capital needs. We are going to look at active transportation in a more deep and comprehensive way. And we don't know how to get to where we want to go without knowing where we are, right? And that is actually a theme that's been talked about throughout this commission meeting. And so I just wanted to again, thank the commission, make our remarks about how important this effort is. And let me just say, when we have the final result, Vice Chair, the industry would be happy to continue to advocate for federal and state funding for the LTCAP program. We were an instrumental part in getting that funded in the state budget. We want to advocate for active transportation transit funding, as well as our surface transportation infrastructure. So thank you so much.
We appreciate that. Do we have any other public comment?
I see no request for comment from any of our virtual attendees. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comment? Yes, Commissioner Liu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to point out that when I reviewed the draft, I saw something missing from it that I thought was really important, and that was the lack of a separate section discussing micromobility and local travel networks, which I see as perhaps the most cost-effective and useful use of climate investment money to reduce congestion and address climate change. And these would include not active transportation per se, because a lot of it is like these neighborhood electric vehicles like golf carts using streets that aren't used very often, but could be used for that, or electric bikes, electric scooters, electric skateboards. Saw one of those the other day. And other things that basically take advantage of this important asset that we have, which are streets that are underutilized. And we can also do it pretty cheaply. So I've raised this with staff, and Frances has committed in writing with blood, no, that she will include something in this version, but with the full one, do a more explicit consideration of micromobility and local travel networks. So thank you for being open to that.
Thank you. Commissioner Norton?
I agree with my colleague, Commissioner Liu, about the local travel networks and micromobility. They've been very impressive in that, is it 249 miles of contiguity in the part of LA County, in the south part of LA County, that they're going to connect up, their turtle network. It's very exciting. I wanted to ask about data, because we are in this time of innovation. And so wanted to find out a little bit more about how we are going to be tracking over these 10 years the move and the mode shift, and how where are we winning? Because I think we are going to see a lot of change over the years. We are seeing so many people who are looking not to be a driver anymore. We're going to be doubling the number of people over 65 in the state by 2040. Can you talk a little bit about how we're going to ask for monitoring, how we're going to use data to really inspire us to keep moving on movement away from the single occupant vehicle?
Tanisha's going to take
I
that.
see the eyes. So a couple of things I want to talk about when we talk about mode shift and where we are seeing the changes and how we're going to see the changes. One of the fundamental premises of the needs assessment is that it is based on the regional transportation planning process. And as we start to see these shifts in modes, these changes, one of the things that each of the regions does, as well as Caltrans, is they actually collect data to see where the trends are, how those trends are changing. And then that data feeds into the modeling that then informs the transportation projects. So we will continue to see a shift over time as these different modes, as these different opportunities become further ingrained in society, further funded through programs like the LTCAP program. And then our needs will start to shift as well, because we will be able to meet some needs. New needs will be identified to help us continue to move in the right direction. And so that's why this needs assessment is so important, because it's a 5-year look at where are we now in that conversation and that trajectory based on the data that we're looking at.
And how are you gathering the data? Because I know
So-
that was a Hassan with the big data and being able to show where are we winning, who's actually riding a bike, who's walking, places we're not really good at keeping data beforehand.
So there are a couple of things, a couple of different ways we keep data. So one way is, in some cases, we do what they call a travel survey. And so we will send something out to the public and say, how are you making those trips? We've progressed in how we do that over time. At the start of my career, we asked you, where did you begin your trip and where did you end your trip?
Right.
And so in doing that, we forgot the trips that we make in between home and work. We forgot that we went and got coffee. We took our kid to school. We did all these different things. Now we ask the question a little differently so that we capture those in-between trips. So we're actually capturing how many people are using our sidewalks, how many people are using our bike infrastructure as well. And so that's one way that we will start to see that data. There are other ways that we do this. We have what Hassan calls big data, where we have companies who are collecting data from cell phones or other things that people are volunteering to use. And so we're becoming more robust. We're becoming more adept at being able to collect that data through technology. And so as time goes on, technology continues to get better. So I anticipate the ways we collect data will change as well.
Thank you.
Have any other comments or questions?
One
Commissioner
comment.
Cruz.
I'm always interested in, obviously, the long-term outlooks, and when we talk about the transition to zero-emission vehicles, EVs specifically, and the new weights that are going to be involved in batteries and technology. Are we looking at what the potential impacts to our roads and highways will be as these vehicles become more sort of heavier, and what those implications are?
So yes, one of the things that the needs assessment will talk about will be, I'm sorry, let Francis answer.
Yes, Commissioner Cruz, we will be exploring the impacts of electric vehicles, not just on the revenue infrastructure, but there have been questions about how this will actually impact our actual infrastructure. Sorry, I just totally had a brain miss there. So that is something that we will also explore in terms of what the cost is, that sort of future outlook, because there is acknowledgement that these vehicles are heavier and will impact our roadways more than typical vehicles.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Bradshaw, then Commissioner.
Yeah, I won't even attempt to try to match the excellent presentation from my sister Rahama. But a couple things, this may seem anecdotal, but when I'm just out and about in life, whether it be work or friends or this and that, and if they are aware I'm on the Transportation Commission, 90% of the time, what are you going to do about the potholes? What are you going to do about everything decaying and falling apart? You know, and I think great points have been made about looking at the mode of transportation. And again, it's not like every single city is Oakland, but I want to use that as an example because I'm well familiar with it. If you anywhere around the port area and moving from downtown, it's undrivable by any kind of mode. In fact, I like riding bicycles too, and I wouldn't even attempt it, right? I wouldn't even attempt it. So one of the things I think that came out of the comments from the public today, including Rahama, is, you know, and I've brought this question up before about the cost of delayed maintenance and what that is. So when you hear 54 out of 50, I think it was 54 counties out of 58 counties in the state have roads and bridges in fair or poor condition. Fair is not a good state. That means it's the momentum of that is tracking to the wrong side, and it's going to start towards failure. And I think it's very serious, and we need to really emphasize that. I want to again recognize the second to none staff that we have and looking at it and absolutely taking a comprehensive view of all this. But you know, for this commissioner, looking at the day-to-day of the state of pavement and bridges and all that, for the working class of this state every single day, not just the working class, but speaking from that perspective, it is a hazard. It's a safety issue, and it's also very costly. If unfortunately your transportation is taking up a third to half of your costs in order to get to the job, and your mode of transportation is destroyed in that process, that's also an issue that's leading to further trouble. So just a couple of comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Francis, by the way. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Couple things really quick. And we're hearing what's coming out a lot is funding. Two things. And I mentioned this yesterday with SB 671, how, and we're only on the, I guess, halfway mark, or maybe not quite on the halfway mark of this study, correct? The assessment?
Yes, we will be halfway January 1st.
Okay. You know, thinking about how we make this a living document after this is completed. I know it's early now, but something we need to think about now is how we take this document and evangelize the folks that need to prescribe and implement action on what the needs are. Second of all, is there any thought of the economic impact, positive or negative, with addressing our needs that are coming out of this report?
In the full needs assessment, we do hope to explore the economic impact of the importance, actually, of our transportation infrastructure to the state of California and also to the country as a whole. You know, generally speaking, just on my own knowledge, you know, California's economy is one of the largest in the world, and we heavily rely on our transportation infrastructure to deliver a lot of goods across the country. So that is a significant consideration, not just for our economic well-being, but also for providing jobs and getting us to places and services. So it really covers all these needs for everyone in the state. You know, it's not just one factor, it's for the people.
Right. Thank you.
Any other? Yes, Commissioner Lugo.
Thank you, Chair Eager. So I'm wondering, Francis, and this might be a longer conversation because maybe there's obvious places here and I'm just not seeing them, but I'm thinking in terms of safety, is there a way that the past needs analysis, or this one, is kind of like setting out how we're evaluating safety in a broad way, because there's a lot of the stuff around, crumbling infrastructure, the need for pavement maintenance and that kind of thing. It kind of like has safety as the assumed thing that we won't have if we don't take care of the infrastructure, like what Commissioner Bradshaw was saying, needing to maintain roads so that people can travel safely on them. And I'm wondering whether that can somehow be stated clearly in the needs assessment, while also including in the definition of safety something that ties in with the work toward developing high injury networks around the state, and basically trying to talk about safety in a way that points to how, what would it cost to actually get our road systems up to safe standards? I'm wondering, is that an embedded kind of goal within the needs assessment, or maybe something we can talk about, and I can learn more and maybe make some recommendations?
We can work together to explore that in more depth. I think Commissioner Bradshaw and yourself, Commissioner Lugo, bring up very good points, I think, to make more tangible for people to understand how this impacts them, not just in terms of getting from point A to point B, but also, some additional considerations on actual personal sort of safety issues, and also just challenges if their vehicles are breaking down. So.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? And thank you, Francis. Oh, one more?
I had mentioned the LAO was coming out with numbers today, and the earlier numbers were 58 billion in the next 3 years. It's now 68 billion.
Oh, Ian.
What was the time for needs assessment to now?
Yeah. 68.
Shortfall over the next 3 years.
Cute. So keep up the good work. Thank you. We will now move on to tab 20, Caltrans System Investment Strategy Update. Bridget.
Thank you. Tab 20 is an informational item. Marlon Flournoy, the division chief from Caltrans, will present an update on the Caltrans System Investment Strategy, better known as CSIS. Before I turn it over, I would like to thank Marlon and his team for the close coordination with commission staff on the development of the CSIS. And without further ado, I will turn it over to Marlon.
Thank you. So Chair Eager, Vice Chair Gardino, nice to see you, and commissioners and Director Taylor, thank you for the opportunity to come talk to you about the Caltrans System Investment Strategy, or CSIS. Before getting started, I did want to take a moment to thank my team at Caltrans for their commitment and tenacity getting this through the process. I also want to acknowledge CTC staff for their partnership. Next slide. All right, so as part of today's presentation, I'm going to discuss our general approach to CSIS, including our plan to work with partners and stakeholders to finalize the 3 documents that are going to be associated with this current effort. This document includes the local sponsor PID guidance, CSIS main document, and the metrics. And we'll also provide an update on our engagement strategy, schedule, and next steps. Next slide. So first and foremost, I think it's worth noting that Caltrans is absolutely committed to meeting California's climate goals. CSIS is one of the many efforts that Caltrans is developing and implementing to help meet our climate goals and the CAPDI principles. One of the primary reasons why Caltrans is developing CSIS is to implement one of CAPDI's key actions, which is to develop a new data and performance-driven approach to CSIS to align Caltrans nominated projects with CAPDI investments framework. CSIS includes multiple components that affect how Caltrans prioritizes and advances state-sponsored projects at project initiation, all the way through the state and federal discretionary decision-making process. CSIS also provides greater transparency in decision-making for local sponsored projects, establishing a framework for Caltrans and partners to collaborate and work together from project initiation through project delivery. CSIS is not intended to prevent local or regional agencies from advancing their projects, but through early, effective, and continuous communication and collaboration, our goal is to improve projects and better align them with CAPDI and state goals. Next slide. So Caltrans originally released the interim CSIS 1.0 version back in December of 2021 to guide decision-making on its project nomination process for federal and state discretionary programs, including SB1 Cycle 3 programs, as well as the IIJA competitive programs. The current CSIS effort is focused on adding the local sponsored PID evaluation guidance, commonly referred to as CSIS 2.0, and transitioning to quantitative metrics referred to as 3.0. To simplify our messaging, we're going to be dropping the 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0 terminology. And moving forward, we're simply going to state what we mean and reference 3 documents that we'll be working on with CTC and stakeholders to update and finalize in the coming months. And that includes the local sponsored PID guidance, the main document, and the metrics. Our plan is to complete the local sponsored PID evaluation guidance by the end of 2024. And the reason why we're doing that is we're not necessarily seeing a lot of controversial comments related to that. We think it's a low-hanging fruit. But we do want to have more engagement on the CSIS main document and quantitative metrics, which we hope to complete by the end of June of 2024. Just as a reminder, the PID guidance articulates the process where Caltrans collaboratively works with partners to have early conversations on how best to align new projects that are going to be going into the project pipeline. Whereas the CSIS main document and the metrics applies to the performance and data-driven approach to evaluating and prioritizing projects as part of the competitive programs. The main document includes the purpose of CSIS, the investment framework, as well as the general methodology. And the metrics document is more technical in nature, and it gets into the details on each of the metrics. And these two documents actually complement one another. So that's why we're pairing them together. I did want to note that CSIS is a continuous and iterative process. Once we finalize these documents, we're going to be focused on continuous improvement and lessons learned. As we acquire better tools, data, as we develop new and innovative methodologies and techniques, we'll work with partners to update the documents accordingly. Next slide. All right, so just talking a little bit about our engagement strategy. We've held CSIS workshops at the end of 22 and the beginning of 2023. These workshops were focused on the interim CSIS 1.0 document, which included the framework. Around that same time, we started developing the local sponsored PID guidance and the metrics. Throughout 2023, we've had multiple workshops and meetings with stakeholders related to the PID guidance and the metrics. And we also held one-on-one meetings and presented at various external groups. In September, we held 2 workshops with stakeholders focused on the administrative working drafts for the local sponsored PID guidance and the metrics. Starting October 10th, we released the working administrative drafts of the PID guidance and the metrics. And we also provided a 30-day comment period for the PID guidance and a 52-day comment period for the metrics. Last week, we announced that we extended the comment period for the metrics by another 30 days, so the comments will be due at the end of December. While we've had previous engagement efforts with our partners, we know we can do better. And we want to ensure that we're facilitating meaningful engagement with our partners and stakeholders. Next slide. So in terms of the CSIS timeline, starting mid-December, we're going to be kicking off our 30-day period. And then shortly after, once we do that, we're going to be incorporating comments after that period ends, and we'll be communicating with stakeholders on what comments we receive, but also how did we, any changes that we've made to the guidance. And our goal is to finalize the guidance by the end of February. And we'll be providing more in detail on specific dates associated with the PID guidance. In regards to the main document and the metrics, between January and February, we're going to be releasing the main document. and holding 2 workshops. These workshops will be walking participants through a couple of real projects and walking them through some of the details in regards to the criteria. I will say that I think a lot of the confusion about the metrics is what do they actually mean on the ground? People have projects that have been in the pipeline and they simply want to know what do these metrics look like? And so we really want to make sure that we're walking folks through that process. After the workshops, we're going to be kicking off a 30-day comment period. And then once that comment period closes, we're going to hold another workshop where we're going to go over all the comments we received again and walk folks through the changes that we've made. And then around the February timeframe, concurrently, we're going to be testing the metrics on the SB1 Cycle 4 Caltrans nominated projects. And the department plans to finalize its list of projects by mid-June of 2024 for the anticipated CTC call for projects in August. And we're also going to be finalizing the main document and the metrics by the end of 2024. And as we move forward, we'll be more than happy to provide updates at future commission meetings on the progress that we're making. Next slide. So in terms of how does the metrics influence the Caltrans SB1 Cycle 4 nominations, so the process will be considered a pilot. And we're going to start with working with our district offices to collect project information and data early next year. Next, the projects will be scored quantitatively through the metrics methodology and qualitatively by our review committee. Throughout the process, Caltrans districts and local partners will be engaged in the scoring process and receive feedback. After scoring, the department will evaluate the prioritized projects and make any adjustments as appropriate given certain factors such as regional considerations specific to programs such as the TSIP targets. The final prioritized list will be made public when the project nominations are submitted to the CTC. This is going to be an iterative process. So since the metrics is a pilot, as with any new project, we're going to be learning. We're going to be making adjustments along the way. We're going to be evaluating the results at the end of the pilot and using lessons learned to make future improvements. And there will be communication throughout the process. The process will also be flexible. So we want to do the right thing for our regions, for our state, and for the environment. And this does require a shift. So there's not a one-size-fits-all, and we're going to do our best to exercise diligence as the SB1, as the CSIS methodology is applied to various projects. Lastly, the metrics will establish a data and performance-driven strategy to align transportation investments with CAPDI framework. And this effort will serve as the basis for how the department will be making future decisions as it relates to competitive programs. And we're looking forward to working and collaborating with our partners and stakeholders to improve the process, not just during the SB1 Cycle 4, but moving forward in the future. Next slide. So don't want to spend too much time on this slide other than to say that everything in terms of the metrics ties back to the 10 CAPDI principles. And so, you can be able to crosswalk starting with the 10 principles, how we made decisions with the qualitative metrics for the interim, and then going into the quantitative metrics, how those crosswalk. And so we really want to make sure that everything is tying back to CAPDI. Next slide. So in terms of next steps, what you can expect to see is the draft guidance coming out for the local sponsored PID guidance coming out in the next 2 weeks, and announcements starting the 30-day comment period. And we'll also be posting frequently asked questions on our website as well. Next slide. As it relates to the main document and metrics, you can expect that the department will be kicking off this process in January 2024, and in the coming weeks, we'll be providing more details on the schedule. Before wrapping up, I would like to also just briefly mention how CSIS is informing some of the legacy projects that are in different phases, and I know, Commissioner Liu, you're very interested in this topic. So Caltrans, we've been working with a few partners on opportunities to better align legacy projects with state goals and policies. Headquarters is exploring alignment workshops where we would invite districts, local partners, as well as internal and external subject matter experts for a 1 to 2 day session of brainstorming ideas and looking for opportunities that exist within a corridor. We would evaluate the ideas to determine the feasibility based off of the phase of the development and begin a process for incorporating them into the projects where it makes sense. We have some consultant support that's going to be joining us next month to help support this effort, and we'll be happy to share any information as we start kicking off this process in the near future. With that said, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Steve Smith from San Bernardino County Transportation that would like to comment.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Marlon, for that presentation. And we greatly appreciate the outreach. We really do. So yes, my name's Steve Smith, Director of Planning at SBCTA, right next door to Riverside. So I'd like to dwell on 2 quick points this morning related to CSS. One has to do with our commitment as SBCTA to a multimodal and zero-emission future. And I would say for an inland county, we have made what we think are some extraordinary investments in multimodal and zero-emission transportation over the last 10 years, and that was back before CAPDI and CSIS were even here. And so you can see evidence of that in the projects that are operational today through Metrolink, through our new Arrow. I won't go through the whole list of projects here, but the list is long, and we're very thrilled to have been a part of that. But as far as CSIS goes, my primary message is that we can't forget about goods movement. And we think that the CSIS is in danger of doing that very thing here. Freight is part of our multimodal system. That's why we say multimodal, but people forget about freight being part of that multimodal system. And except for zero-emission freight, which we strongly support, there's nothing in CSIS that recognizes the importance of addressing freight bottlenecks on the highway system. We're concerned that CSIS is greatly oversimplifying the complexities of keeping the supply chain running from the ports out here to the Inland Empire, through the Inland Empire. And we're concerned that the normal tools for fixing highway freight bottlenecks in particular will be minimized, if not just dismissed. We have provided 2 sets of comments on CSIS explaining the concerns. And again, thank you, Caltrans, for the opportunities for outreach. But the debate over, just to use an example, over auxiliary lanes and interchanges, we've seen play out in various ways. So interchanges and auxiliary lanes are some of the most efficient and cost-effective ways of addressing freight bottlenecks. Unfortunately, CSIS seems to want to limit highway improvements for trucks to exclusive lanes, exclusive truck lanes, but that's very limiting and impractical. We got experience with truck bypass lanes. We understand how those work, but that is our basic message. We have the opportunity to follow up with conversations. We've got a great relationship, I think, with Caltrans, and we appreciate the dialogue both ways. We're open to suggestions, but also we have some concerns, so thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other public comment?
Yes, we have received additional public comment on this item from some of our virtual attendees. The first one comes from William Walker. They write, "Thank you, Mr. Flournoy, for the presentation. Please reach out to the EAC to engage your process as well. Thank you." The next written comment comes from Woodrow Deloria. They write, "We appreciate the opportunities we have had and will continue to have working with Marlon and his team on the CSIS 2.0. Given the vast geography of California and diversity of transportation needs across regions, We are hopeful that the metrics can be scalable to apply to these diverse needs. CAPTI acknowledges the importance of looking at transportation investments differently depending on the geographic location and socioeconomic environment, more specifically in rural areas or in rural versus urban regions. CAPTI also recognizes that when and where appropriate, traditional capacity, evacuation preparedness, and other service transportation projects are necessary in rural regions. However, CSIS 2.0 does not directly acknowledge this. In the first paragraph on page 19 of CAPTI, it states, "It is important to acknowledge that not all highway expansion projects serve the same purpose or have the same results. There isn't a one-size-fits-all approach to this issue. Context and specific project analysis and attributes are key to determining a project's impacts. That is why this CAPTI guiding principle focuses on whether a project induces significant travel as the key attribute of concern, rather than whether it is simply a highway expansion project. Aligning CSIS 2.0 with this guiding principle will not only enhance the success and viability of project selection and investment, but will also ensure rural transportation investments are not selected, measured, and evaluated on the same basis as urban projects." Thank you. And that concludes all. Oh, geez. Oh,
Thank you.
Pardon? We do have one.
One more.
There it is. Wrong side. We have, with their hand raised, Sofia Rafikova. You are now unmuted and free to comment.
Yes, thank you. Good morning again, Commissioner. Sophia with the Coalition for Clean Air. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the Caltrans System Investment Strategy, known as CSIS. We and several other organizations strongly support CSIS, as this data-driven approach will help ensure that California is promoting projects that move our state towards a sustainable and clean transportation system by ensuring they are in alignment with the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, CAPTI. We especially support the decision to apply the CSIS scoring to any projects seeking state funding, especially legacy projects, which were often planned for before the existence of CAPTI and could be moving regions away from meeting their climate and VMT reduction goals unless they are realigned through the CSIS process. We also strongly support the robust scoring criteria for the VMT accessibility, disadvantaged community access and traffic impacts, and passenger mode shift categories. These metrics, especially the VMT metric, will ensure that projects don't cause unjust harm to California's communities to increasing air pollutant and GHG emissions, and instead increase accessibility for non-auto modes for low-income neighborhoods that may not be able to afford the costs of car ownership. We urge Caltrans to preserve these metrics and continue to strengthen them in future updates of the CSIS as our state moves towards achieving its climate targets. We've also submitted a letter highlighting a couple of key improvements we'd like to see in the CSIS scoring methodology. These recommendations include focusing the freight metric on avoiding and mitigating environmental justice impacts, strengthening the safety metric to only award full points when a project forecasts 100% reduction in projected traffic deaths over the lifetime of the project, and improving traffic impacts metric to weigh trucks 10 times of light-duty vehicles to acknowledge the disproportionate burden of air pollution caused by truck traffic. We also ask that the finalization and adoption of CSIS is expedited to ensure that the rubric can be used in the project selection process for SB1 Cycle 4 projects. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Sophia. Do we have any other online comments?
I see no other online comments at this time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Norton?
Yes, I had a question about the metrics, because I'm really very interested in how we're keeping data and what we're doing, and that we don't think about transportation in a vacuum, that we're actually thinking about the ways in which we're helping to build our economy and deliver people to the places that they need to go. And so I was wondering how you're going to incorporate the opportunity to look at metrics like job attainment and access, and where we, as we are growing, looking at where our housing is going, where our jobs are going, and the fact that many of those jobs are not right now near transit. Can we start looking at those metrics as how we're actually linking people into the economy and creating a stronger connectivity network in all modes to places we need to go, and how people can actually earn a living in California?
Yeah, excellent question. And what I would say is, some of the tools that we're using leverage big data, And once we have all the project information, we're able to run these simulations that basically, get into the details on the different land uses, access to destinations. And so we're able to get a lot of insight in terms of, how those projects are going to be providing benefits in terms of connecting folks to jobs and other necessary services.
That would be great because we hear from workforce investment boards that we don't have a talent problem in California. We have a transportation and childcare problem. And it's really the lack of ability to connect the talent and make sure we can raise families and, meet our job goals is really the issue. So the more that we can see that borne out in how we're investing in our ecosystem, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. And the tool that we're using, and for the life of me, I can't remember the name of it. So I'm a little bit embarrassed about that. But I will say that we've gotten some interest from our partners, because it's a very expensive tool. But we want to be transparent in terms of how we're going about doing this work. And so, our team is very open to working not only with our districts, but our local partners, running them through, some of the different processes and scenarios. So we really want to make sure that we're being open about that as well.
And would you be open to tool demonstrations for the public so that organizations that are providing input about what the future is of our transportation network, that we understand how to work with those metrics too?
Of course.
Okay, fantastic.
I was just going to say, close by here, and probably somebody in the room knows which company it is, there's a manufacturing company that was just being built and housing development going in right next to it. And they worked together to ensure that they had transit back and forth from the housing development to the manufacturing plant. They had bike paths going through. They had buses that were coming by and picking them up. So it was a model for what we're talking about here. So you might want to check. Yeah, it's out here in Riverside somewhere.
For sure.
Vice Chair Gardino.
Thank you, Chair Eager. For just a moment, could our camera person please put the camera on Commissioner Norton once again? Could you please?
Uh-oh.
No, closer. When she was speaking.
Uh-oh. Do I have?
Okay.
Yeah.
No. Look at this, the framing with the American flag. I'm kind of jealous. There you are. Now back to our regularly scheduled program. Marlon Florina, I just wanted to mention, every time you speak, there is a through line in your presentations that you mentioned and that others have mentioned on the dais and in their comments today too. The transparency that you're leading in this program, the metrics-driven approach, the inclusiveness, and the accountability of California taxpayer dollars really shines through. And I want to thank you for doing this important work.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And while I would love to take the credit, I think the team behind me, is really, committed. So, but I'll definitely pass that on to them as well. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead and take the credit. I won't. Please do pass it along to your team.
Thank you.
Amen. Thank you for that presentation, Marlon, and looking forward to future presentations and updates as you go through the CSIS process. Two quick questions. One, and I have to give it to the newly minted EAC Chair, William Walker, because he took the question that I had, was how you're going to include EAC in this process. And then the second question is from our friend from San Bernardino, the question about inclusion of freight in your study.
Sure. So in terms of the EAC, we did provide a briefing. I believe it was in September. Probably wasn't a great amount of detail as we're progressing along. we definitely think that we can engage them in a much more meaningful way. So we'd be more than happy to work with the chair as well as the support team to find an appropriate time on their schedule. And then you had a question about the freight piece. So one of the things I want to acknowledge is we really want to make sure that we're being true to the ultimate vision of CAPDI as we're developing the CSIS scores. But we also have to acknowledge that there are all kinds of other aspects to transportation that are really critical. And we also want to make sure that we're capturing that as part of our process. One of the things that we're doing to try to have that balanced approach is, as we're getting these nominations from our districts or however we're getting those, we really want to make sure that we are, as we're looking to apply to these programs, we are submitting competitive projects. So if it's this TSET program, we are going through those guidelines with a fine-tooth comb and really making sure, can we truly say that these projects are going to be competitive in that space, right? Once we have that lens and we understand those projects that are truly going to be competitive, then we want to make sure that we're applying that CSIS lens. So of those groups of projects, which ones are really going to move the needle in regards to our goals? So I really just want to make sure that that's really understood, because we can cram as much stuff into the CSIS process, but also at the same time, we don't want to bog it down, and we really are trying to hold true to what's articulated in CAPDI. But having said that, I think there's going to be all types of other opportunities to have the dialogue in terms of what other things that we need to be considering to help us move towards our climate change goals.
Yeah. Oh, and thank you for sharing how you're interacting with our SB1 program. That helps in terms of how that all kind of comes together. Hopefully, as we start implementing some of the recommendations from SB 671, that there is opportunity to look at that as part of the strategy towards CAPDI, because as you know, freight is a contributor at this point, right, to our GHG. And so, hopefully as we get to these solutions, that it does become more of a, part of that strategy that you're working on. So
yes, and it very much is an iterative process, as I had mentioned. So we certainly are going to have an update cycle as it relates to these documents and the guidance behind them. So we'll definitely have more opportunities to have some of those conversations.
Thank you. Commissioner Grisby?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Marlon, and to your team as well. My question relates to some of the conversation around truck lanes. I'll put it this way. There's some who say we shouldn't have any highway expansions whatsoever, and there's others who may not care necessarily about impacts from them. I always thought of truck lanes as a nice middle road. What does the literature or the modeling say about the utility of truck lanes to address freight bottlenecks, generally speaking?
Yeah, so one of the things I do want to acknowledge is, I think that rural context is real, and we need to make sure that we're taking a look at that. And we also want to make sure that, it was mentioned that we have the rural VMT study. We are monitoring that very closely. Our VMT team in headquarters is looking at that. In regards to truck lanes, I think the big piece is really understanding the benefits that are going to be provided, and making sure that we're having that conversation in regards to, whether we're tying it to safety, having the trucks kind of moved off. We do understand that there are some, issues with, people being able to pass safely those trucks. And so I think those are some of the benefits that are being, provided. But certainly, we're really thinking as it relates to those projects, the context of the location, because it really isn't a one size fits all. So, but I'll be certainly happy to talk to our freight team and maybe get back to you on that one.
Yeah, that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Liu and then Commissioner Cruz.
Okay, I couldn't see if anyone.
Yes.
Anyway, thank you. Confession, I can pester staff and Caltrans about issues I really care about, and I certainly did that with this one. So what a lot of people don't know is that before these meetings, I ask a lot of questions, and I get a lot of answers and responses, a lot of back and forth about that, and you guys never see that. But I just want to acknowledge that I was particularly a pest when it came to this issue, because I care very deeply about it. Even cornering Marlon at the California Transit Association conference about it a little while ago, and having a pretty in-depth conversation about it. And I just want to thank staff and Marlon for being so responsive and thorough and patient with me with all my questions, and incorporating my concerns into your presentation. I really do appreciate it, and I want to thank you for doing that. This is a very high priority issue for me, and I do want to make sure that we get to those legacy projects and do the best that we can. And as we discussed at that CTA conference, it's a complicated and tough issue, but at least we're trying to figure it out, and I really like the fact that you are taking a very deliberate and approach to it, and you have a process in which you're going to address it. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too appreciate your hard work and your staff's hard work in working on this project and bringing it forward. I know CSIS is an important sort of element in how we evaluate projects. I just received, obviously, most of us did, the LAO more recent report of a $68 billion budget deficit, right? So I'm concerned now with how we develop scoring criteria that may impede our ability to leverage federal dollars. And that should be something that's taken into consideration as we move down this process. I'm also sympathetic to keeping our state competitive when it comes to goods movement and those projects that are involved, and how a new scoring criteria may affect those projects and how they're funded. So please keep that in mind as you develop with your team and stakeholders during this process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz. I think we had a lot of people wanted to ask that same question. So yeah, you beat Commissioner Norton to it. Yeah. Thank you. And just one quick thing. When you're looking at community engagement, that's so important in all the work that we do. And I know I saw in some of the earlier, you had one in north, one in south. Don't forget there's a east and a west and a central. So the more public engagement that we can do, the better with all these projects.
For sure. And I do want to just briefly point out, while we're holding these workshops, we're so open to meeting with individual groups. It could be one-on-ones, if there are meetings, regularly scheduled meetings, we're more than happy to join. So I just wanted to put that word out there as well.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
So now, Ahmad, we're going to do information calendar and then the consent calendar. So it's all you.
Awesome. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, tab 21 through 33 are information items that have been reviewed and found to have no issues raised by Commission staff. Therefore, individual items will not be presented unless specifically requested by a Commissioner. If there are no questions, that will conclude the presentation of the information calendar.
Do you have any questions from the information calendar? Do we have any public comment?
We did not receive any public comment for this item.
Okay, thank you. Then we will move on to the consent calendar.
Commissioners, tab 34 through 58 are action items on the consent calendar. Please make note of the change list for tabs 37, 43, and 50. Both tab 50 and 55 has had a last-minute change that is not on the change list that I'll be reading into the record prior to your approval. For tab 50, the expenditure authorization number for project component 2.6G5A is being revised from R387GZ to R484GA. For tab 55, the baseline agreement for the Mountain View Transit Center Grade Separation and Access Project has been withdrawn and will be brought back for the Commissioner's consideration at a future meeting. No changes are proposed for the remaining 4 local partnership competitive program baseline agreements under tab 55. Staff recommends your approval of tabs 34 through 58.
We do have one public comment, Chris Howard. Good morning.
Morning, Ayukwi, in the Yurok language of hello. I am a supervisor from Del Norte County, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. Your item, which is the 197-199 SAFE STAA project, it's been over 2 decades in the making. And Carl, as you'll recall, your first meeting in 2007, you're the only one left here who probably recalls how this all started. But it's taken us a long time to get here.
Last man standing.
Yep. Many lives, property loss, a lot of tragedy in those 2 decades. But we're here now, and I really want to thank this commission for staying with us in Little Del Norte County, where the redwoods meet the sea, and everybody wants to come and check us out, to help us really convey the importance of a demographically diverse community of 4 federally recognized tribes and a large Latino and Hmong community, the importance of our connectivity to the rest of the world. We do not want to fall off the map, and we do truly appreciate you sticking with us and making sure the importance of this project is seen by the rest of the state. Thank you again, Carl, for staying with it.
Thank you, Supervisor. Do you have any other public comment?
We received no other request to comment on these items. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any comments or questions from the commissioners? Then I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved. Second.
Commissioner Liu, Commissioner Grisby, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now we will move on to item 59, resolution of necessity. Tim.
Thank you. Commissioners, tab 59 is an action item for an adoption of a resolution of necessity. This hearing was requested by the property owner, Mr. Andy Pham, due to impacts to his property from a proposed safety project on State Route 101 in San Luis Obispo County. The project proposes to eliminate left turn movements at the intersection of State Route 101 and Welsona Road due to a high concentration of severe collisions. To accommodate the changes to the intersection, the project will construct an undercrossing near the intersection and a frontage road that will connect the undercrossing to Welsona Road. Before hearing from the property owner or Caltrans, I would like to cover what we'll be discussing today. The property has a total area of 9.93 acres and is operated as a full-service truck stop, improved with fuel pumps, fuel storage tanks, truck scale, convenience store, restaurant, and truck parking. The required area from the property to construct the project is 1.32 acres. Under eminent domain law, a property owner whose property is under condemnation consideration has the right to appear before the commission to question 3 of the 4 findings that are required to be met per section 1245.230 of the Code of Civil Procedure prior to the commission adopting a resolution. The 3 findings are: does the project interest and necessity require the proposed project? The second one is the project planned and located in a manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury? Thirdly, is the property necessary for the proposed project? The 4th finding requires that an offer to acquire the property in accordance with Government Code Section 7267.2 has been made to the owner of record. It is the Commission's understanding the department provided a written offer on October 31st, 2022. The Commission neither determines the amount of compensation for the property rights to be acquired, nor considers any matters other than the first 3 findings. Code of Civil Procedures, Section 1245.240 specifies 8 affirmative votes are needed for commission approval of a resolution of necessity. Commission staff has had an opportunity to independently hear from the property owner and the representatives, as well as Caltrans. Staff will wait to make a recommendation until after we hear from both parties today. At this time, Rizwan Tanvir, the department's acting assistant chief engineer, is here to provide the department's presentation.
Good morning, honorable commissioners. I'm Rizwan Tanvir, Caltrans Assistant Chief Engineer, and I'm here to represent the department's request to approve the resolution of necessity for Wilsona Safety Improvement Project on State Route 101 in San Luis Obispo County, Caltrans District 5. The parcel belongs to San Paso Truck Stop that is owned by the Wine Country Gateway Recreational Vehicle Park, a California LLC. Andy Pham is the principal of LLC. Out of the 4 parcels required for this project, this is the only one remaining. Next slide, please. In my presentation, I will go over the project purpose and scope, how the department meets the 4 statutory findings, property owners' contentions, and department's responses to those contentions, and finally, a summary of the 4 statutory findings. Next slide, please. The project is located on US Route 101 in rural San Luis Obispo County. US 101 is a major north-south highway that serves local, regional, and interregional traffic. US 101 is a freeway about 2 miles north and south of the project limits. However, there is a gap between freeway segments through the project limits. Next slide. In this slide, north arrow pointing up, the yellow area shows the project location. The at-grade intersection of US 101 and Wilsona Road provides access to the San Paso Truck Stop located on the southwest corner of intersection, RV Park on the northeast corner, San Miguel Garbage on the northwest corner, and dozens of surrounding businesses and residences. Next slide. Here, the blue area shows the San Paso Truck Stop parcel in relation to the project location. Next slide. In this slide, the 2 orange-colored areas represent the road easement required from San Paso Truck Stop. The 0.1 acre area is on unimproved land, and the 1.22 acres is on minimally improved land. The total parcel size is 9.93 acres. However, the project needs 1.32 acres, which is 13.13% of total parcel size. The easement will be relinquished to San Luis Obispo County after project is complete. Next slide. This slide shows the pictures that I took during my site visit. The picture on the left is looking southeast towards the US 101 and Wilsona Road intersection. The intersection is a 2-way stop-controlled intersection with advanced warning, trucks crossing signs, and flashing beacons, light poles illuminating the intersection, and left turn lanes for both northbound and southbound directions of US 101. The speed limit of US 101 through project limits is 65 miles per hour. The picture on the right is looking south towards the San Paso Truck Stop and Wilsona Road. Next. The purpose of this safety project is to reduce the number and severity of collisions at US 101 and Wilsona Road intersection that is experiencing a pattern of broadside and left turn merge-related collisions. During the 5-year period from January 1st, 2016 to December 31st, 2020, the intersection experienced 15 total collisions. 3 of those were fatal, a collision rate nearly twice the statewide average for a similar facility. During the previous 5-year period, between 2011 and 2016, there were a similar number of fatal collisions at this intersection. Next. The department has made continuous safety improvements at the Wilsona Road and US 101 intersection. These improvements include adding northbound acceleration lane and left turn lane in 1985, extending southbound and northbound left turn lanes in 2003, installing flashing beacon and truck crossing sign on southbound US 101 in 2013, widening median opening to accommodate trucks off tracking in 2014, installing double flashing beacons and intersection lighting on northbound and southbound US 101 in 2016, and upgrading signs and striping in 2017. Besides these improvements, the collisions continue to occur. Next slide. To eliminate left turn movements that are causing collisions, the project proposes to close at-grade median opening at Wilsona Road and US 101 intersection, build new undercrossing, a visualized image is shown on the left, and construct 2,400 feet of new two-lane frontage road called San Paso Circle, named after San Paso truck stop. The project goal is to improve safety at the intersection for motorists by eliminating unprotected left turn and crossing movements across US 101, and for bicyclists and pedestrians by providing the new undercrossing to cross US 101 safely. The project aligns with the department's goal of connecting the multimodal transportation network by improving bicycle and pedestrian travel. Also, the project aligns with the department's goal of safety first by implementing a safe system approach to eliminate fatalities and serious injuries. Next. Before presenting details of the proposed project, I declare that the 4 findings needed for the Commission to approve the resolution of necessity have been met. In the following slides, I will describe the facts, how the department has met these findings. Next. Related to the first finding, yes, the public interest and necessity require the proposed project. The blue dots on the graphic show crossing conflict points that represent the locations where vehicle paths cross and have a potential to collide with high-speed traffic on US 101. The at-grade intersection of US 101 and Wilsona Road creates 24 crossing conflict points for US 101 traffic making left turn movements to Wilsona Road, and for local traffic on Wilsona Road going across US 101. These crossing conflict points are causing a high concentration of left turn broadside and merge-related collisions. Closing the US 101 median opening will eliminate all 24 crossing conflict points and reduce the number and severity of collisions at the intersection. Next. Related to the second finding, yes, this project is planned and located in a manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury. Proposed undercrossing, San Paso Circle frontage road, and closing median opening will avoid crossing high-speed US 101 traffic, environmentally sensitive areas, and blue line stream that are shown in green color, floodplain shown in blue color, blue oak woodland shown in yellow color boundary line overlapping blue area, and improved truck stop parking area. To construct the proposed safety improvements, the project requires 1.32 acres of property from the San Paso truck stop parcel. Next. Yeah, next slide. Now actually go back. Is there a slide back? Let me go back. Seems like there's, okay. Let's keep it here. Okay. All right, so the department has made efforts to minimize project impacts to the truck stop parcel. That includes reducing the right-of-way easement by 0.4 acres, achieved by increasing the curve radius of proposed San Paso Circle alignment that is shown in yellow color. The purple color is the initial alignment easement area that was 1.61 acres. The orange color is the revised alignment easement area that is reduced to 1.22 acres. Also, the project avoids the existing fuel storage tanks, water well, and generator along the western boundary of the truck stop, and eliminates trucks queuing up in front of the truck stop waiting to turn on to US 101 by providing San Paso Circle frontage road. The parcel to be acquired as permanent easement are on unimproved to minimally improved land. The mitigated negative declaration environmental document that was approved on December 20th, 2019 determines no adverse environmental impacts. Next. Related to the third finding, yes, the property sought to be condemned is necessary for the proposed project. Various options were analyzed for the project. These include leaving the existing intersection as is, which does not meet the project purpose. Option 1, construct an undercrossing and frontage road to eliminate left turn and cross highway movements. This option is accepted as it requires the least amount of property. The easements shown in blue, green, and brown colors have been acquired, and the San Paso truck stop shown in orange is the only one remaining. Option 2, signalize the intersection. This option was rejected because 2 miles north and south of the intersection, US 101 is a freeway. Motorists traveling US 101 expect to maintain freeway speeds. There are no signals on US 101 between Los Angeles and San Francisco. Therefore, signalizing the intersection can cause additional safety and operational deficiencies. In addition, current planning documents that include the Transportation Concept Report for US 101 and the 2014 Regional Transportation Plan by San Luis Obispo Council of Governments support upgrading the facility to freeway standards and eliminating at-grade crossovers. Option 3, shift the new undercrossing to the south of current location. This option was considered during project approval and environmental document phase and was rejected. Caltrans Environmental and Hydraulics determined that construction of the undercrossing in the floodplain and environmentally sensitive areas is not viable due to diverting federally regulated Blue Line stream and removing the county protected Blue Oak woodland. Option 4, build an interchange. This option was rejected during project scoping because an interchange will require additional right-of-way and extensive environmental studies that could take years to complete, but the safety deficiency requires immediate action to avoid continuing collisions and fatalities. Also, the San Luis Obispo County and San Luis Obispo Council of Governments do not support an interchange. To construct option 1, 1.32 acres of the San Paso truck stop parcel is necessary. Next. Finally, related to the fourth finding, yes, an offer of just compensation was made on December 15, 2021. This offer was rescinded on March 29, 2022, due to design refinements that reduced the right-of-way easement from the San Paso truck stop parcel by 0.4 acres. The revised final written offer was made on October 31st, 2022, in accordance with Government Code 7267.2. The offer meets all legal requirements, department's policies and procedures, and industry practices. Thus, the department has met the 4 findings needed for the commission to approve the resolution of necessity. Next. This slide shows a summary of department's communication with the property owner and/or his attorney and representatives. Without going over each item, I do want to mention that the department has contacted the owner over 70 times in form of mail, emails, phone calls, and in-person meetings. In the next slides, I will go over the owner's most pertinent contentions and the department's responses to those contentions. Next slide. Property owner contends project should be an interchange. Department's response: an interchange was considered during the project scoping phase and was rejected because of increased right-of-way needs from the truck stop and currently unaffected owners due to a larger footprint. Traffic volumes do not warrant an interchange. The intersection is in rural San Luis Obispo County. Next. Property owner contends project was designed without owner's input. Project cuts off access to the southern part of property. Stage construction will impact business. Department's response: Caltrans has been forthright in sharing project design files and has fully vetted the owner's alternative design proposals. Access to the southern part of the property is provided by the Stockdale Road and a gate along the proposed San Paso Circle frontage road. Detours will direct traffic to the truck stop during construction. Next. Property owner contends right turn from Wilsona Road into the truck stop is too tight. To present the department's response, first I will provide a comparison of the existing and post-project turn movements, and then the department's alternate option that was provided to the owner. The picture here with north arrow pointing right shows that the existing turn movement requires tight U-turn to get to the pumps and a left turn against oncoming traffic on Wilsona Road. This turn movement will remain for southbound US 101 traffic coming from Wilsona Road into the truck stop. Next. The picture here shows the post-project turn movements from the proposed San Paso Circle frontage road. As seen, the turn movement to get to the pumps is similar to the existing turn movement. For the right turn, the design truck turning template shows that the trucks can make right turns from Wilsona Road into the truck stop safely. The advantage is that right turn in from Wilsona Road avoids turning across oncoming traffic. That's the advantage for new proposed frontage road. Next. As shown in the previous slide, the proposed San Paso Circle frontage road shows an improvement over existing turn movements. However, as an alternative to right turn from Wilsona Road, an option to add a right turn in only driveway was also offered to the owner. Next. Property owner contends the project should be shifted to the south. Department's response: shifting the new undercrossing to the south of current location was analyzed during project approval and environmental document phase and was rejected because it is not viable due to multiple impacts. In this slide, north arrow is pointing up and an approximate footprint of alternative southern alignment is shown in red. If alignment is shifted to the south, the impacts would include acquiring additional right-of-way from the property to the southwest and the property on the east side of US 101. Diverting federally regulated Blue Line stream, federal regulation requires the least environmentally damaging practical alternative, which is the proposed alignment. The other impacts include removing county-protected blue oak woodland shown in yellow boundary line overlapping blue area encroaching environmentally sensitive areas shown in green color and encroaching floodplain shown in blue color. Next. Property owner contends the subject property is not required for the project. Department's response: the proposed undercrossing cannot be constructed within the existing state right-of-way. The undercrossing cannot be shifted to the south due to environmentally sensitive area, floodplain, additional right-of-way needs, and blue oak woodland, as I have just shown. The current design minimizes the right-of-way required from the San Paso truck stop. Next. Property owner contends an offer of just compensation was not made. Department's response: on October 31st, 2022, a proper and legally sufficient offer of just compensation based on the current design was made to the owner in accordance with Government Code 7267.2. The offer included a copy of the state's appraisal and a summary of the appraisal report. Next. To summarize, I again declare that the 4 findings needed for the commission to prove the resolution of necessity have been met, as I have demonstrated. This concludes my presentation. To answer any questions, I have here with me Scott Eads, District 5 Director. Any questions?
So maybe this is more a question for the property owner. So right now on 101, whether they're going north or south, how do trucks get into that truck stop? Do they have to go up to, what's the name of the street, Wellesley?
Wilsona.
Do they turn onto there and then go in? They don't come in on and off of 101?
So for southbound trucks, they will make right turn into onto Wilsona Road.
Mm-hmm.
For northbound, they will make left turn against oncoming southbound US 101 traffic, and there's a median opening. Well, the semi trucks are waiting for the traffic to clear.
So now how will northbound get into the truck stop with your proposal?
So with this project, the median opening will be closed.
Right.
And there'll be a frontage road, so the northbound trucks will make right turn on Wilsona Road.
Oh, and come around that way.
East, go around under the 101, come around on Wilsona Road from the back, and then go into truck stop.
Okay, thank you. We have any other questions at this time?
Did Scott want to say something? I see him there.
I think he was ready to answer a question if I needed it. Yeah, is that right? Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. And now we have the property owner and/or the representatives here to speak. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Good morning. I guess we're not quite at the afternoon yet. Thank you, Chair Eager, Executive Director Taylor, Vice Chair Guardino, and Commissioners. We appreciate the opportunity to be before you today. My name is Glenn Block with the law firm of California Eminent Domain Law Group, and we represent the property owners. First of all, I just want to make sure that we're going to have the opportunity to present our contentions today. There will be 3 of us presenting as well as through our PowerPoint presentation. Great, thank you. So, San Paso Truck Stop objects to the approval of this resolution and necessity today. As you'll hear from our presentation, there are legal objections to each of the findings that the Commission is required to find, and as you will hear, we do not believe that there is a factual basis for you to make any of the 4 findings. Typically, in these situations, an eminent domain lawyer like myself might find 1 or 2 flaws in a government agency's efforts to acquire property by eminent domain. Here, Caltrans and District 5 have hit all the marks. All 4 findings cannot be made today. So with that, Mr. Andy Pham, who built the truck stop, will talk to you about the background and history of the truck stop and its current operations. Ms. Carol Florence, a planner in San Luis Obispo County, will present for our traffic engineer, Pete Perzati. Pete Perzati is a noted traffic engineer with experience having started at Caltrans and working on many different projects. And then Carol will give a brief history of the background of the interactions between San Paso Truck Stop and Caltrans. And then I will follow up going through a detailed explanation of why this commission cannot make any of the 4 required findings. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, Eager, and commissioners. So today, I just want to go over 3 points about San Paso Truck Stop. Number 1 is why did I build this? How did I build this? And who do I service, the truck stop? And why are we important to the economy of California? So just want to give you like a little flavor of who we are.
The wife and I, we stopped here 9 years ago. Right. You were living in the camper out there. Yep. You hadn't got the Catskill yet. You were knee deep in debt, to say the least. Right. But you were hell bent to make a go of it, and you're an inspiration. Thank you, sir. To anybody that comes to this country, it can be done. Right. And you have done it. And because you asked us, because you wanted to know. So people were trying to sell you to get you to buy those idle air crap. Right. And that went belly up twice. So that thing went bankrupt twice. And I told you, don't do it, but get the Catskill. So hopefully, I think the Catskill's working out for you. Yeah, the Catskill doing great. Yeah, the Catskill, that's, drive a lot of traffic. And it brings, even if you don't make a dime off of it, at least it's bringing traffic in. Right. So, and I've ate at your restaurant since I've been here last. Right. The food, top shelf. Right. And can I give you a gift card? No, I don't need a gift card. No, I don't get. Okay. I don't get that way this often. This is the first time in 4 years I've been back. Wow. I've been back since I've seen you. Right. But you were in Las Vegas. You're getting it done. Yeah. You've got it all over. I am so happy to know you. Thank you, sir. And that you have done this, and that this is here, and it's like he's gonna look.
So that's just, we have over 700 Google reviews, 4.5 stars. So here's my philosophy as an immigrant from Vietnam. I came here in 1980. My parents put me on the boat. And I'm living the American dream. And I always want to give back to America, who has given me this golden opportunity. And God has given me an ability to identify niches. And San Paso Truck Stop is one of those niches that I've found that's very valuable. I've built over 20 businesses. So what San Paso is important is the independent truck stop, there's not too many of them left, because in the last 20 years, you see a lot of consolidation in this business. And truck stop are owned by, number 1, Pilot. They have over 350 locations, and it's owned by Warren Buffett. Number 2 is TA's. That's owned by British Petroleum. And number 3, you have Love's. It's owned by a big oil company in Oklahoma. So how do I stand out? Number 1 is it takes people to build a business. So most of the people that work for me, I pay them above minimum wages. When minimum wage was $1, we pay $18, $19 an hour. So now everyone that been with me, they can provide for their family because we pay prevailing wages. We take care of our employees. Our manager makes over $120,000 a year. So we always believe in giving back to the people that help us build this business, especially San Paso Truck Stop. So that's my philosophy, is like, if I can build businesses and hire more people and pay them so they can provide for their families and give back to the community and provide for their kids, And this year, we on track to do 7 million gallons of fuel. we're going to pay Caltrans $4.2 million in taxes. So when you said there's going to be a $60 billion deficit in the infrastructure in California, we're going to provide a large part over the last 12 years. We pay over $12 million in taxes to the state of California. So we are vital for especially Caltrans and the state of California because it takes a lot of hard work to build this business. And we cater to the smaller independent truck operators that own.
Why don't you
Oh,
point out?
okay, yeah, slide number 1. That's how I built this from the ground up in 2009 during the recession. I maxed out my credit cards, opened up from the ground up. Now, every year, I put money back into the truck stop. We do a lot of improvements every single year. That's how we create a safety for truckers to park. And most of our customers are owner-operators, the small trucking companies that have 1 to 5 trucks that they come over because we have the cheapest diesel fuel in the San Luis Obispo. You can Google us. That's what people say. So we drive the volume. We provide low prices for the independent truckers because the big boys, they're not going to come to us. They're going to go to Pilot because they have those fleet cars. So how do I be different and have a niche to myself is, number 1, provide ample parking, safety, cleanliness, and low prices. So that's why we are so important for the community. Also, we are for example, every year when you have what they call harvest season, is when California especially Central California, is the major producer of vegetables and produce. So we get busy from March till November when you have a lot of trucks moving produce to 49 states. So most of them will stop at our truck stop. Those independent truckers that they need to move the produce from Salinas down to LA. So we provide free parking for them. We don't charge them for parking. Those are the things that benefit a little trucking companies. That's what I want to service. And that's my whole goal in this is, number 1 is parking is the key. And number 2 is safety. And number 3 is customer service and provide for my employees. So that's who we are at San Paso Truck Stop. We open 365 days. We 24/7. We don't close. So that's essential for all the trucking companies because they know that we can provide fuel yearly. We 24/7. And what I'm asking you today is, yes, I'm going to go to the volume. Our volume has increased. In 2020, we did 4.6 million gallons of diesel and gas. 2021, we did 5.3 million gallons. That's a 15% increase from the prior year. And in 2022, we did 6.7 million gallons. That's a 26% increase from the prior year. And 2023, which is this year, we are projected to do 7.7 million gallons of fuel. That's a lot of tax revenue to the state of California. So I'm asking you for, then the traffic count, total vehicles per day, approximately 1,700, trucks 500, and tractor trailer 330. We built this business. It took a lot of sweat, hard work, and every customer treated them as gold. So that's our philosophy at San Paso Truck Stop, because we have this little niche in Paso Robles. So I want to preserve this, and parking is very important for me because that's the key to our success, because trucks are able to get in and out. The next truck stop is 125 miles away, but they don't have the parking that we do. So we want to take care of our truckers. They're the one that move goods to the last mile, to the store. So that's what we plan to do for the next 20 years here. And I just want to ask you respectfully if you can take into consideration and vote no, so we can work together with Caltrans for the next 30 days to work out all the modifications to the underpass that will help us. So those are the things I'm asking, please help us to consider this, because that's very important for me to preserve this business and to help preserve the tax basis for California. Thank you very much for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Madam Chair, honorable members of the commission, I am Carol Florence, but I'm going to make Pete Prezati's presentation, hopefully doing justice to our traffic engineer. As Glenn had mentioned, Pete has well over 3 decades of being a professional traffic engineer, again, starting his career at Caltrans as an engineer, starting his private practice, and has worked on hundreds and hundreds of both private and public sector projects through the years. This first slide, really, from a planning perspective, the 101 Wellsona intersection has for decades been planned as a freeway interchange. This next slide represents a Thanks, Brandy, for doing this for me too. Represents a viable interchange design that we had actually previously shared with District 5 staff. The next slide is actually a video that shows the current and rather well orchestrated, if you will, truck ballet of the access to the site. So we'll see how this works.
So as you see in the left-hand corner of the video, there are some lights. That is a truck traveling northbound, making a left turn onto Wellsona. This is about 1 a.m. in the morning when the truck stop receives a lot of traffic. And here comes the truck, and then you'll see the maneuvering, the actual maneuvering of trucks on the site. Shortly after the first video, you can see the truck fueling, the queuing truck, and now a third truck is entering the site to fuel. This is about 10 minutes later. The other truck has left the fueling position, and now you'll see trucks enter and exit.
Thank you, Brandy. As Chair asked about the northbound traffic, the project will actually eliminate easy access north because you'll end up going north and then south again to go to the truck stop. I think one of the, after speaking with a number of the truckers, the inconvenience of this particular maneuver may well push the safety issue to the south, where there's another at-grade crossing at X-Line. Next slide, please. This is an animation, I believe. This is our.
Let's go back one slide.
Oh, sorry. Back one, Brandy, sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. This is the U-turn from the proposed road, and then the interesting S-turn to line up at the fuel pumps.
This is Caltrans engineered drawing showing the right turn access. And then the next slide is an animation that shows the unworkable turn that is proposed.
Basically, turning template versus actual. So as you can see, the truck making this turn has to cross into the opposing lane on Welsona to make a rather tight U-turn into the truck stop. Has to pull pretty far to the right to make this S-turn to get lined up to go to the fuel pumps. I believe at the end of the day, it is all about safety, so we're shifting off-site safety concerns now to on-site safety concerns as well. Next slide. Oh.
We don't need to watch the video again.
Yeah, next slide, thank you. This is just, again, a close-up of the interesting U and S turns again, and where we consider it to be conflict points as well. So next slide. Again, this is a zoomed out so that you can see again the maneuvers. And then this following slide is a close-up showing the egress from the truck stop that will be equally as dangerous as the ingress to the truck stop.
And I would point out, again, this is the Caltrans engineered truck turn template. You can see in the left-hand photograph that in order for a truck to leave its fueling position to head back to the frontage road, it needs to go off the road. There's currently, or in this photograph, there is a truck there that's parked along Welsona Road. So that maneuver is not workable, can't go off-road. And then if you look, and that's the ideal fueling position for this maneuver. None of the other fueling positions can actually physically make it. They go further into the off-road, or they pinch the truck. So it's not a workable maneuver. And if that wasn't bad enough, if you look on the right side, you can see that green line where the arrow is pointing to. That's the truck trailer knocking the diesel pump off. The fueling pump doesn't work. Sorry for interrupting.
No, thanks for that clarification. Brandy, I'll take the next slide. Thanks very much. So I am going to now speak for myself. Again, Carol Florence, I'm a principal planner with Oasis Associates located in San Luis Obispo, and practicing private consultant for well over 30 years. I want to thank you for the opportunity, and especially for your indulgence this morning and your patience with us. To be respectful, I'll try to do this very briefly, but I did want to provide you some context about the history and our interactions with District 5 staff over the last 2 years, which is really depicted on this timeline. Caltrans staff elaborated that this project has been around since 2017. The environmental document was issued in 2020 and subsequent pursuit of the right-of-way accordingly. Andy received his first offer in December of 2021, and that's what prompted him to retain his team. We have 2 appraisers, our traffic engineer, our legal counsel, and a land use consultant. Since that time, we've completed our due diligence and have attempted to actively engage with District 5 staff to inform them about the impacts of the project on Andy's property, as well as the operation, and to discuss alternative scenarios. Repeatedly, District 5 staff failed to provide requested information. We had to make 2 Public Records Act requests and documents, and consistently failed to respond to us in a timely manner, thereby really frustrating the process that we anticipated was going to be much more collaborative. For whatever reason, the onus has been on Andy and his team to resolve the issue, and we continue to try to do that up until the end of November. More recently, and this is no reflection on the commission, but in anticipation of avoiding today's hearing, last month we offered a settlement proposal to District 5 with the anticipation of formalizing a possession and use agreement. While not a perfect resolution for the impacts that Andy's business would suffer, it, like most negotiations, represented a much more balanced approach to the challenges at hand. So I'll just briefly tell you that if, in fact, District 5 had executed the agreement, it would have waived any and all legal challenges and objections to the proposed Wellsona safety project and to Caltrans' right to exercise eminent domain. Accordingly, Andy would consent to Caltrans' immediate right to possession of the required right-of-way in exchange for Caltrans' agreement to provide a new driveway to the truck stop and an agreement to compensate Andy for any of the costs necessary for on-site mitigation to enable the truck stop to remain operationally viable. It is in our humble opinion this seemed to be exactly what Caltrans was after, essentially maintaining their process and their schedule while partially eliminating the devastating impacts to our client's project and truck stop. So our team met with Caltrans on November 21st. We spent 2 hours with them walking through the possession and use agreement. We asked them to respond to us no later than the beginning of the following week, since we were moving closer to this particular day. Again, in the hopes of resolving this prior to having to be here before you today. At almost 5 o'clock on the 28th, we received a brief letter from the director informing us while there were concepts in the settlement that they were open to consider, they were nonetheless going to proceed with the resolution and necessity hearing. So, frankly, we're extremely disappointed and frustrated by Caltrans' failure to meet us halfway, as we have tried repeatedly to work with them toward a permanent solution that preserves San Paso Truck Stop's operations. Thus, we are left to argue the resolution of necessity and litigate. I'd like to turn the presentation over to Glenn Block again. I do want to thank you very much for your consideration today.
So this first slide summarizes San Paso Truck Stop's right to take objections. And let me preface it by saying, Carol expressed San Paso Truck Stop's frustrations over the past couple of weeks with these efforts to try to work together and collaborate, kind of the culmination of nearly 2 years of efforts to work together and find a win-win solution. But really, the frustrations started when Andy got the first offer of compensation and saw the initial proposal for this project. And the problem, the frustration, is that this, as we've already discussed or mentioned, this has long been planned for a freeway interchange. Long meaning 70 years. In around 1950, when the highway was put in, Caltrans at that time had the foresight to see that this intersection would ultimately need an interchange and acquired right-of-way to do so. In all the planning from 1953 up until including 2023, the region, and contrary to what you heard from Caltrans representative, it's a freeway design with a freeway interchange. And of course, a freeway interchange would accomplish all the safety considerations that have been presented, would resolve that. This particular safety project started planning in around 2016 or 2017. So we are 7 years in towards what you'll hear from us, or what you'll read in Mr. Perzati's analysis, which is a separate PDF, that this is a throwaway project. This is a temporary solution that cannot be used permanently or in the future. And so rather than pursue a temporary solution, Mr. Pham believes that the freeway, which has long been planned, is the appropriate project for San Paso truck stop, for the truckers that access the site, for the people that live here and the other businesses nearby, and for the entire community. That's the appropriate project. So, to summarize, the Transportation Commission cannot make each of the factual findings required under California Code of Civil Procedure 1240-030. The public interest and necessity do not require the project. The project is not planned consistent with the greatest public good and least private injury, and the property is not necessary for the project. The CTC cannot find that a legally proper offer of compensation has been made. And we all know that this hearing is not about the amount of compensation. So I want to be very clear. This is an objection because the offer is legally deficient. It is not about the amount of money. It is about how the process was done, how the appraisal was done. It is legally deficient, and it does not meet the eminent domain requirements of what probable compensation is. And then the last note is that really there's a question about whether the CTC can even exercise discretion right now, or whether it is pre-committed, whether adoption of the resolution would constitute a gross abuse of discretion. And I'll talk a little bit more about the details, but one of the key issues is that in 2020, Caltrans and the County of San Luis Obispo entered into a freeway agreement by which Caltrans commits to constructing this project in this design. And so that calls into question whether the CTC could reject this resolution and necessity and breach its obligations under that freeway agreement. Next slide, please. So we start here with the subject property. As noted earlier, it's about 10 acres of property. It's highlighted in blue here. And as you can see, so to orient you, the right side is north. In the middle of the picture, below the blue shading, is the right-of-way owned by Caltrans. And in the middle of that is the 101 highway. On the right side of the shading is Welsona Road, which runs from the top of the page all the way to the south. There is a road that it connects to just off the picture to the top, and to the south, at the very bottom of this picture here, you can see the connection with Monterey Road. One thing that I think is important to note, looking at this picture here, is that the proposed underpass bisects San Paso truck stop. And while it was noted that this is about 1.3 acres. That is a very significant and important 1.3 acres of the property. It is where trucks park. The fact that it does not have paving or some kind of building does not mean it is minimally improved or not improved. It is improved with a surface that allows trucks to park there. And in fact, if we went back to the second slide, you all have handouts. I'm sorry, the second picture, the third slide, you can see there. We don't need to bring it up on the screen, but if you look in the package we provided, you can see there to the top of the page, there are 3 rows of trucks north of the trees. Those 3 rows of trucks, that parking area will be eliminated. That is where the underpass goes that's in the picture on the screen. Moreover, to the left or to the south of the proposed underpass is about 2.5 acres of property. Property that can be used in the before condition for expansion of the truck stop to provide additional amenities and facilities. With this project, that will be severed and that opportunity will be lost, no longer available. So essentially, this project eliminates about 40% of San Paso truck stop that provides essential services to the goods movement activity in the Central Valley. Next slide, please. That's just a summary. We're going to go through California Code of Civil Procedure 1240.030. Next slide, please. As I said before, long before any urgent safety issues arose here in this area, Caltrans and local, regional, and statewide planning all contemplated a freeway interchange at the 101 Wellsona intersection. That is what the public interest and necessity require. Next slide, please. So here I just summarize, or we summarize the 70 years of planning, starting with the acquisition of the right-of-way, and then the original freeway agreement between Caltrans and the County of San Luis Obispo, August 18th, 1952, contemplates a freeway interchange in this location. That is what the public interest and necessity requires. Next slide, please. This is a summary of the next 2 slides are a summary of recent local planning documents, studies, and reports, once again stating that this is contemplated for a freeway interchange. A freeway interchange because this section of highway, I don't recall whether it's 3, 4, 5, or 6 miles, but it's a short section. It is the only section in this north-south corridor through the Central Coast that is not freeway. And of course, natural planning, as you guys have been talking about all this morning, contemplates upgrading the facilities to what's currently required. That is freeway standard. And of course, as we all know, freeway standard would be freeway interchange. Next slide just continues. And here at the bottom of the next slide, you see in SLOCOG's 2023 RTP identifies constructing a new interchange, not an underpass. This is 2023. New interchange on US 101 at Wellsona Road as a constrained highway project. That is what the public interest and necessity requires. And if you look at the next page, it accomplishes all safety requirements, provides a permanent solution consistent with all this planning. Next slide, please. As Mr. Porzatti notes in his report, this project is a temporary, short-term Band-Aid substitute for the long-planned permanent freeway interchange. And it introduces new dangerous conflicts for the trucks and other vehicles, exacerbating safety hazards on Wellsona Road. Next slide, please. As Ms. Florence discussed and Mr. Perzati has identified in his report, these lines that you see here are from the truck turn templates prepared by Caltrans engineers. That U-turn, S-turn is not a turn that any of us have ever seen a truck make, will ever see a truck make, or will not be taught in any truck schools or anything else. That is a highly unusual, dangerous, unworkable turn that goes into crossing traffic. As you saw in the video, it's not just truck traffic coming into San Paso truck stop, it's truck traffic that go to the trash company and the truck service company that's across Wellsona Road on the north side. And of course, on the right side of this picture, it shows egress and trucks fueling, and I don't think anyone would find this acceptable. Obviously, if a diesel fueling pump were to be knocked over, that creates maybe a good scene for some movie, some action movie, but certainly not for a truck stop or a trucker. Next slide, please. Project is not planned and located consistent with the greatest public good and least private injury. I want to comment on slide 12 that Caltrans presented earlier. They said that there were different alternatives where they could have made it worse. They could have taken out the tanks, they could have taken out more diesel fueling, they could have come across the middle of the truck stop. That is not planning for the greatest public good and least private injury. The fact that Caltrans could have caused more damage is not grounds for suggesting that they planned consistent with the least private injury. The suggestion that the size of the take was reduced a couple of little areas across the southern portion, well, the truth is that was not to benefit San Paso truck stop. That was a determination made by someone at Caltrans, I don't know if it was District 5 or headquarters, in order to avoid taking that fifth property. And if you look at the report that you have, the summary report in the beginning, it says number of parcels. It was 5. Now, today you heard that it's 4. Well, the reason is because they eliminated that one at the corner there. And by doing so, they figured out that they would take less property from San Paso truck stop. I would also point out, when you look in that corner where the sweep turn comes in, you are actually more detrimentally affecting San Paso truck stop. So while you may be taking less property, you obviously can't maneuver in that corner. You can't park a truck there. There's all sorts of other consequential impacts that exacerbate the private impacts. Caltrans, in the course of this process, did not study, analyze, or evaluate a freeway interchange project. They contemplated it and decided they couldn't do it, or wouldn't do it, or it cost too much money. It was not actually studied, evaluated, and analyzed. It was an assumption that was made. That is not evidence, and certainly cannot suggest that the planning is consistent with the greatest public good and least private injury. Greatest public good because we know from the historic planning, this has always been contemplated for an interchange. And that's the starting point for this project, or should have been the starting point for this project. Furthermore, Caltrans did not actually study, analyze, and evaluate a different design or location for the underpass. Way back at the beginning, 2017 or so, they looked at some different options. They created some exhibits that looked at it. You can ask, they don't have any reports that show what they studied or looked at for any of them, including moving the underpass to the south, where they suggest there is this no-go zone, trees, and a drainage area. Well, if you look, let's talk about the drainage area. If you look at the drainage area in the blue stream, it is interrupted. It has been disturbed. It's been disturbed for 70 years by the 101 freeway. Caltrans figured out how to address natural drainage consistent with designing their project. So does every private developer in the state of California. Andy's done it, Carol's done it dozens of times. Streams, blue line streams, trees, they don't stop development. You work with them. You analyze, you study what is required, what is there, what you can do, what you might be able to do, and how to mitigate what the impacts are. Ask Caltrans. They can't point to any report or study that has looked at that. In other words, there is not evidence to support a finding that this project is planned consistent with the greatest public good and least private injury. Conjecture, conclusions, suppositions, assumptions, plenty. Evidence, none. Can we go to the next slide? As I mentioned earlier, this proposed project senselessly bisects the truck stop, eliminating dozens of truck parking spaces and constraining on-site circulation, severing the southern remainder. Next slide, please. Again, Caltrans did not study, analyze, or evaluate a freeway interchange. The presenter today suggested that the county and SLOCOG do not support an interchange. Simply not true. We have a document from 2023 that says interchange. Perhaps what he's referring to is that the county and SLOCOG don't have money to contribute to the construction of an interchange. That may be true. But the long-range planning is and always has been for a freeway interchange. Next slide, please. Now we get to the private injury. I don't think I need to, again, explain how these truck turn movements are unworkable. The point here is, ultimately, no trucks traveling northbound will come to San Paso truck stop. That access for 40–50% of the traffic to the truck stop will be eliminated. That is an extraordinary, devastating private impact. Evidence of an extraordinary private impact. Next slide, please. Here, evidence to support my statement that Caltrans did not study the southerly alignment. Well, here you go. If you look in the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see this is from October of 2017, a conceptual undercrossing, which they assumed could not work because of trees and a drainage area. If you look where that blue line is, or where the green line is, that is actually the drainage culvert that goes under the 101 freeway to continue on the other side, to the south side where the other trees are. Caltrans merely speculated and assumed that routine environmental conditions were problematic and negated that design without any further or substantive investigation and analysis. Next slide, please. There are at least 2 alternative projects or project designs that could achieve greater public good with less private injury. Evidence of greater public good and less private injury. First of all, greater public good is achieved with either the interchange or the more southerly underpass. And both alternatives would significantly reduce the private injury caused by the project. Next slide, please. San Paso Truck Stop's property is not necessary for the project. This is the third of the 3 findings under 1240.030. What you see here in pink is about 5 acres of right-of-way that Caltrans owns and has owned since 1952. In designing or planning for this project, Caltrans did not utilize 1 inch, or maybe there's a couple of inches on the west side, I'm sorry, on the east side. Land that Caltrans owns right-of-way for 70 years for a freeway interchange project ignored. The subject property is not necessary. The project, the proper project, the one that the public interest and necessity require, would utilize at least some, if not most, of the right-of-way that exists before ever seeking private property. Next slide, please. Those were the 1240.030 findings, none of which is there substantial evidence for the commission to make the findings. The fourth finding that's required for a resolution of necessity is that that Caltrans has made an offer under Government Code 7267.2. Now, what I will point out and what these other sections refer to is the eminent domain requirements for compensation. 1263.310 and 320 state that the government, an acquiring, a condemning agency, must pay fair market value for the property. And that fair market value is determined based on the highest and best use of the property. The next sections, 1263, 410, and 420, talk about damages to the remainder. Compensation to a property owner for a public project must include damages to the remainder property caused either by the severance of the property from the remainder, like we saw the 2.5 acres, or impacts from construction and use of the project. That is the California eminent domain law. Compensation for that is required, and it is not included in the offer of compensation here. Thus, Caltrans' offer is legally deficient. The commission cannot make that finding. Next slide, please. So here's some legal citations. Caltrans obligated to pay fair market value based on the highest and best use of the property. Next slide, please. This is a summary of what is contained in Caltrans' offer appraisal. Despite acknowledging, and we heard today, I mean, a picture says 1,000 words, it's hard to deny, this is a operating truck stop facility. It is an improved property with a business located on it. Yet, the next sentence, following that, of course, the appraiser's opinion is that the highest and best use of the property is the continued commercial use of the truck stop. Yet, in the offer appraisal, quote, although improvements exist, the land value is appraised as if vacant. In other words, he didn't value the property based on its highest and best use, as required by the law. There was a comment that the appraisal is consistent with industry practices. I've been doing this about 25 years. This appraisal is not consistent with any industry practices of any appraiser that would be qualified to testify at an eminent domain compensation trial, period. Next slide, please. Here's the code sections that I summarized, stating that compensation for damages to the remainder property is required. Next slide, please. Despite acknowledging that this is a truck stop and concluding it's the highest and best use, the Caltrans appraisal fails entirely to consider or analyze impacts to the truck stop, to the value of the property as a truck stop, with a road running through, bisecting it and eliminating 40% of the property and affecting, as we saw, 50% of the traffic is eliminated because there are unworkable turns, dangerous turns, will not be accessible. By the way, the calculation of about 2,500 square feet for that underpass, that's about a half mile. So in other words, a truck that could just make a left turn in the before condition right to the truck stop has to travel another half mile. There might be some impacts from that as well. So here you see Caltrans did evaluate the impact for the 2.74 acres, but ignored entirely the other section, the impact to the property as it's presently improved. Next page, please. Now we get to gross abuse of discretion. So, adopting a resolution of necessity today by the Commission would constitute a gross abuse of discretion. Under the law, there are two ways a gross abuse of discretion can be shown. One is that the Commission is pre-committed to adoption of the resolution. The second is that there's a lack of substantial evidence. Here, we have both conditions present. Next slide, please. Caltrans' October 20th, 2020 freeway agreement with the County of San Luis Obispo irrevocably commits the CTC to proceed with this poorly planned project and take San Paso Truck Stop's property. You see in the highlighted writing here, the state shall, in construction of the freeway and at state's expense, make such changes affecting county roads in accordance with the plan map attached hereto. And that's the key. And then the next one, the state is obligated and agrees to acquire all necessary right-of-way. And here, attached and as an exhibit to the agreement, in the lower left-hand corner, you see the project, the underpass project that's designed. This is not a commitment to build a grade separation. It's not a commitment to build some kind of freeway facility. It is a commitment to build this underpass project. And then just for evidentiary purposes on the right side, you see Caltrans' signature. Next page, please. This constitutes a gross abuse of discretion because it eliminates any discretion. There's not a consideration of possible alternatives. It is construction of the project that was contemplated and committed to under the 2020 freeway agreement. And you can see there very clearly the 2020 freeway agreement project is identical to the Welsona Safety Improvement Project that is presented to you today. Next slide, please. The second way we can show gross abuse of discretion is that there is a lack of substantial evidence supporting the 1240.030 findings. And I'm not going to repeat myself, but they're all laid out here. Project's not necessary, or is not in the public interest and necessity because it is not the planned project. It's not planned consistent with the greatest public good and least private injury. There's an improper analysis and the property is not necessary. Next slide. Here we talk about the failure of the analysis, the planning, greatest public good and least private injury, the assumption regarding environmental areas, and the failure to conduct a substantive analysis of alternatives. Next slide, please. Here's the unworkable turns that cause the devastating private injury. Next slide. Property is not necessary because it's not within the right-of-way. So I want to address, in conclusion, a couple of the comments that were made by staff earlier. There was a comment that, or it was a response to comments that purportedly we presented to Caltrans. And as you've heard, I think we've framed pretty clearly the basis of or the nature of our objections and the basis for each of those objections. So goes without saying that I dispute Caltrans' characterization of our comments, but I'll respond to a couple of things. There was a comment that there's not enough right-of-way for the interchange. Fine, but you're acquiring private property here. Why wouldn't you acquire private property for the interchange? That's a typical thing. Every month, there are resolutions of necessity presented to this commission to acquire private property. That's not a reason to suggest that the interchange doesn't work or wouldn't work. Volumes do not warrant an interchange. 1,700 vehicles a day come on to San Paso truck stop. That doesn't include the people that are driving home or deliveries to the people who live there or whatever other traffic on the west side of the intersection. It doesn't include the truck facility across the street from San Paso truck stop. It doesn't include the trash company and it must be hundreds of trips for those garbage trucks. There is plenty of volume at this intersection to justify an interchange, I suggest. As far as volume is concerned, as Mr. Pham expressed earlier today, there has been exponential growth for this truck stop over the past couple of years. I suggest that this commission ask staff to analyze any potential safety issues or accident history in light of the volume of traffic at this intersection, the increase in volume with San Paso truck stop. And I think another perspective might show that this isn't the significant safety issue that has been presented before the commission. There was a suggestion that dealing with the cutoff property that that the project, that there's going to be detours during construction that would allow access. Truck stops, gas stations are convenience-oriented businesses. As all of us know, if there's a traffic cone or some kind of construction there, we don't go. We just go down the street and find another one. A detour is not going to address the significant impacts of this project. Staff indicated that the new right turn avoids crossing opposing traffic. I think the evidence clearly shows otherwise. It's not workable, and you can look at Mr. Prezati's report to find the evidence of that. The alternative driveway in the location that staff presented it is not workable. You don't see driveways on corners, doesn't exist. Moreover, that would essentially eliminate another huge chunk of the property because it would be required for trucks to travel through it. There may be a driveway that could mitigate and leave the truck stop viable, but it is certainly not that one. We addressed the shift to the south and the environmental, or there was a comment that it was addressed in the environmental review stage. No, I think if you ask them to show you the reports and the studies, they don't exist, and the property's not required. Myself, Mr. Pham, Ms. Florence are all available to take any questions and provide any further information that the commission requires. I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Block. I think we have time too for Caltrans to do a couple of responses. One, I would like to ask, so it's been said that this is a temporary solution and that interchange is imminent. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Good morning, or good afternoon,
Afternoon.
Chair Eager and members of
It's
the
good
commission.
evening.
Scott Eads, District 5 Director, thank you for your time and your patience and your consideration today. So with respect to, well, first of all, if I could just preface everything I say with, since December 2014, we've had 8 individuals that have died at collisions at this intersection. 5 of those deaths happened in collisions involving a truck and tractor trailer. And those were spread over multiple years, the most recent being in March of 2023. And that's what we're trying to address. That's the purpose behind this project. It's a safety project. We have an obligation to address this movement that's occurring where trucks are and other vehicles are turning across high-speed traffic. And our challenge is that the volumes are continuing to go. We rely on 101 as the backbone for the Central Coast in terms of transportation, as do the trucks and interregional travelers and others. And that movement, that left turn movement across the high-speed traffic, as volumes continue to increase on 101, those gaps are getting smaller and smaller. And so we really have an obligation to address this. There's no opportunity to do that without grade separation. We even looked at just closing the median access, but the challenge there is that then vehicles go on and try to make a U-turn somewhere else. So that's not viable either. So with that said, yes, that had been the plan in concept, is an interchange, which in its simplest form is grade separation, making sure that you're getting rid of those left turn movements, really, and that's what we've ended up with as a project. The reality is, in terms of funding, we have a lot of locations up and down 101 that have left turn channelization that remains. This one, the uses and the way they've developed and the types of uses that have ended up at this location, we have a certain type of vehicle and certain levels of vehicles that are making those movements. So in concept, an interchange can occur in a lot of different forms. The property that we own at this location is not of the size and shape that it would allow us to build an interchange to today's standard. We did look at the interchange proposal that was provided by the property owner and their representatives. It was a 2D, and you saw it, it was a 2D rendering. When you actually take that, and we spent time, we actually deferred from coming to a previous CTC meeting to really do a thorough evaluation of that design, and not to just take their concept as its entirety and just dismiss parts of it because it wasn't designed to standards, but is there something that we could do to try to make it work in the context of the location that we have here? And when our designer spent time on it, the reality is that when you start to pull it into a 3D scope, you end up either needing to depress Wilsona down, and then that has to come back up to grade. And in so doing, it would have ended up impacting the pumps for the auto access at their facility even further than what we're impacting it now. And so, and there either that or you go up with 101, which meant that you had to have a grade which continued up for a long, long time and then tapered back down. And either of those, any scenario that was that type of an interchange was just totally out of scope and scale for the project that we have. SLOCOG's not a major county. As you saw, it was in their unconstrained RTP, not in their constrained RTP, because they do not have the funding, and neither does Caltrans. And this is a safety project. We have an obligation to address it. And this is actually for a safety project. This is a pretty substantial investment for what we're doing. I think that was your first question, so I'll pause there.
Yes. So your answer is it's not temporary?
No, this will, yeah, this will be there for many, many years. And like I said, this is a substantial improvement that we have, well, I'll pause there because I'll wait because there's probably more specific
Sure.
questions you all have.
So the other contention was the turning radius for the trucks. Can you talk just a little bit about the studies for the turn radius?
Certainly. So our engineers have spent a lot of time looking at truck turning templates and making sure this could work. We actually did make some modifications based on the property owner's feedback at some point about some of their concerns in terms of that movement from the new frontage road onto Wilsona and then back into their pumps. And so we did make modifications to ensure that the trucks could make that movement without coming into the adjacent lanes. We also have offered 2 driveway alternatives to allow them to, so the one that you saw was down closer to the curve. It's a one-way in, so it's something that can be done. We also offered another driveway location up on the tangent section, which was close, a little further up. So both of those are on the table. We have not received a response from the property owner in terms of their interest in either one of those, but those have been something we've been talking about for a long time. We're happy to look at ways to improve your internal circulation. From our perspective, that's on the table even after the RON. Assuming that we are able to receive the RON, then we would continue to coordinate with the property owner on those things. So we understand there's a lot of complexities to the internal circulation of the facility, and we're probably not the best people to be making those determinations. And a lot of that will, from our perspective, come back to a compensation conversation. And so that's why we feel like we've done everything that we can based on the 4 findings, and we feel like we have met the 4 findings. We can get into that further as needed. And that the things that remain are really related to compensation. In fact, the settlement proposal was based on our design, and then other things that would be compensation related that we're, again, happy to continue coordinating with them on those items that were in the preliminary settlement proposal.
And obviously, we're not involved in the compensation piece. That's for later. But it sure seems like that property, I guess it's just to the right of them, that's empty right now, would be a wonderful solution for truck parking. But you all own that, right?
We do, and that was actually one of the items was listed in the preliminary settlement agreement. That's a lengthy process to get through an excess lands determination, but again, we're happy to continue that conversation and work in good faith to try to see if there is a solution there. So yeah, once we build the undercrossing at the location where we're proposing it, we wouldn't have a need for most of that property. So happy to continue the conversation with the property owner, assuming we are able to do that through an open discussion.
Yes, Vice Chair?
There may be others.
Go ahead.
One of the items that I had heard and would love for your feedback is where the next locations, should this lead to San Paso no longer being a viable entity, where are the next locations for our hardworking truckers to not only fuel, but rest and everything else that they need to do on these long routes in which they are. So where on 101 to the north or to the south are the next viable current locations?
So we have a rest area which is to the north, probably 15 to 20 miles north of this location.
Rest means fuel and
A
food?
Caltrans roadside rest area. And
Right.
so it's not fuel, it would just be
So it's
ample
not-
area for parking and restrooms, area to park a truck and rest. To the south, there's several communities that you drive through that do have places where you could get diesel fuel, but there's limited locations, understandably, on the 101. And that's why we have felt like we feel like we have ended up with a design that, while we understand we're taking property or needing property from San Paso, we really worked hard to try to not impact their business directly. And again, to the degree that there is, we feel like those are compensation related. So our goal has never been to, put them out of business or diminish their use. The interchange design would likely have a greater impact in that respect than this does. And so, yeah, that's been our intention all along, and certainly we want to honor their need to stay in business. And it is a benefit to interregional truckers.
I try to live by a no surprises rule with entities and individuals that I trust. And I had mentioned to our amazing CTC staff that I'm troubled by this one in many ways. One, and one was the project and how trucks can make those turns in and out. And I'm troubled by what I saw today. If those depictions were accurate, it leaves me very troubled. And the second, as I just mentioned, was where do these hardworking truckers go, where they can fuel, where they can rest, where they can get food. And I'm not hearing an answer that makes me feel good about those 1,700 truckers a day who work so hard and have those needs that need to be met. So candidly, I remain very troubled by this. In terms of working this out, your comment was, well, grant the RON and then maybe we can work some of these out. I'd rather see them worked out before I grant the RON, so that there is that sense of urgency by all sides to find solutions. So I can still be convinced, but I want to let you know, I've had the honor of serving on this body for nearly 18 years. I've heard dozens of RONs. I've never gone against a staff and Caltrans recommendation on a RON. This one troubles me greatly.
Commissioner Norton and then Commissioner Grisby.
Yeah, I think I'm where Carl is. And so I'm just curious because I see this also as we just did this SB 671 report. And so we're going to have a lot more of these conversations about how trucks come on and off major goods movement corridors and fuel and do so safely, and move away from the diesel we're talking about and to zero emissions. And so I'm really interested in this template as to how we use the land that Caltrans owns and other private land to really make it possible to have more safe ingress, egress from our freeways and encourage better lifestyles for our truckers, especially as we're trying to look at more and more maybe waiting times even as we fuel and charge. I'm just curious about these turning radiuses and how it is that we can really make this work in the RON that you're describing. And I appreciate that you held on to this with the fullness of time so that you could really work through this. But I'm a little curious as to kind of what the next steps could be, because I want to see these be a better process and to think about the fact that we're going to be doing this way more often, because we've just talked about how in moving to zero emission freight, we're going to need lots more stations, if you will, and charging and fueling facilities. So this is going to come up a lot. Can you talk a little bit about what your team are doing in terms of this being one of many, and then maybe go back to this turning radius and the idea of how to make this RON work?
Really talk about that template, how that
Yeah,
works.
more specific to the truck turning template, what you're seeing is the worst case scenario. It can be solved with one of the driveway access locations that we've provided, or we're happy to work with the property owner, and we have said this for years now. tell us how we can make refinements to the design. What concerns do you have that we can address in the context of our design? We have also evaluated every idea that they've come forward with in good faith, and we feel, it's not just a feeling. We have evaluated the potential for going south. The drainage has been modified in a way that we would be displacing floodplain and drainage onto other properties by additional modifications. There's woodland impacts, there's a blue line stream, there's a whole host of, and it would impact another property owner. So that option is not viable, neither is the interchange. So we're really down to doing the very best with what we've got here. And again, our goal has been to work with the property owner, tell us how we can make refinements so that we can make that driveway point work so that they can reach your, but to date, we haven't been able to receive feedback. I think the goal has been, we're gonna fight this proposal, and then if we end up with it, then we'll give you feedback on that. But that's been the challenge, is we're really open and interested, and we've provided a couple of options that would solve that truck turning template challenge you're seeing. Aside from that, like, we're out of options here. There just isn't other alternatives that are viable from our perspective. And we have, again, it's a safety project. We have an obligation to move forward. We can't make them take the driveway, but we've suggested options that we think are quite viable, and we're open to additional options that they have.
Thank you. I have Commissioner Grisby and then Commissioner Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a +1 with the Vice Chair and the former Chair, Commissioner Norton. And to the landowner, I just wanted to say, your success story is what America's all about. So God bless America, and thank you for your hard work. Yeah, I'm very troubled with the project.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Scott, and to the presenters, to the landowners and the representatives. This is a hard one. I echo my colleagues' concern. My inclination is to support what the agencies are recommending to us. Safety absolutely has to be paramount, as well as, yes, protection of environmentally sensitive areas. I am concerned, however, of the ability and maneuverability of the truck drivers. Echoing what my colleagues have already expressed. Has there been any outreach to the trucking folks as to whether this scenario would work? Knowing how talented and very skilled these truckers are. But it just seems very, very complicated in the scenario that's been presented to us. So and also any other stakeholders that you've engaged?
Great question, and I don't know that we have talked to truck drivers specifically. We certainly had a public process with a draft environmental document release, and anyone could have certainly reviewed that and provided comments at that time. We did not receive anything along those lines. And yeah, again, that's something that in the context of driveway openings and refinement of the design, we can still do that even after the RON, and are committed to doing that. So if there's, in the context of those driveways and refinements that we can make there, we're more than happy to do that. And again, from our perspective, that does solve and if there are secondary implications, like let's say a driveway opening is in a place that impacts the trucker's access to those scales, then the scales, if they need to be moved or modified, that could be that really comes back to a compensation decision. So again, we're happy to work and make those refinements. That will solve it from our perspective, and we have offered alternatives to do that.
So I don't know if.
Madam Chair?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
It's okay.
Commissioner Bradshaw.
Good afternoon. I have a couple things, but I just wanted to make a comment to the owner, Mr. Pham. Oh, sorry. A comment for the owner, Mr. Pham. I appreciate what you talked about today in your story. and it means a lot. And this may be a little controversial, I hope not. That was the most influential part of the presentation for me today. Take from that what you might take. A couple questions, and I actually went through some of the editorials that have been out there and stuff. And again, the quote, if you don't mind, I'm going to quote something you sent into the local newspaper that appears, I'm going to paraphrase, appears Caltrans is trying to pull the wool over the eyes of the transportation commissioners. I will say, and I know it's been said already, that feeling blindsided by this one. I find it troubling that in something like this, I would think that Caltrans would at least have some boots and eyes on the ground to see exactly what the truckers would be navigating there. I will say, and to my fellow commissioners as well, there's been a lot of, I'm just going to call it, it's not, anything that what it is, a lot of accusations of things that are inappropriate, possibly even illegal today have been thrown around and bandied around. So I like your comments on that, right? Or abuse of power or abuse of discretion towards this commission. So.
Yes, I would be happy to comment on that. So we, again, feel like we have gone through a very thorough process. We, had a draft environmental document for public review and release. The property owner did not comment on that. We have met in good faith on multiple occasions. We've received and commented and provided feedback and genuinely looked at, are there ways we can make these ideas and concepts they're coming up with quite late in the game after we had acquired all the other properties. There continued to be, over the summer and fall of this year, seemingly new ideas put on the table that we have paused and evaluated in good faith and communicated back with the property owner on those. So, and then in terms of the offer of just compensation, all the 4 criteria, we have evaluated again and again and again just to ensure, are we following these 4 criteria for the resolution necessity? We want to be in good standing. We feel like we have done this very much in good faith. And we have the obligation from the safety history, the accident history that we have here, the need to continue to pursue this. And so we can't just let this go or continue to defer. And we have deferred a couple meetings already to get to this point. And so if it feels like there's surprises on your end, it certainly has not been our intention. Our goal has been to get here, and usually the information comes together, at least for you folks on the commission, once you receive the package. But maybe in hindsight we could have started talking with you individually ahead of time, although usually we just wait and want to make sure we're showing up and doing, telling the right story when we get here. So in terms of the 4 findings, we have worked in the public interest. We do feel like that it does require, the necessity does require this project, and we feel like the locations that we're looking at now for this last parcel is the necessary and required for the project. And again, we feel like it's planned and located in a manner that will be the most compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury. And again, we've worked through many different scenarios and worked with the property owner over an extended period of time to try to make refinements that are in their interest. And it is necessary for the proposed project. And in terms of the offer of just compensation, we went back and reviewed how those offers were made. We checked with our legal folks, reviewed the whole process. We checked with headquarters to make sure we are in good standing and that it did meet Government Code 7267.2. And so we have gone back through again and again just to make sure we are in good standing here and that we've done this in good faith and we've communicated well with the property owner. We understand their concerns. And again, we have a significant issue with northbound vehicles needing to or trying to make left turns across high-speed traffic. This is the solution that will allow that grade separation to occur. It's designed to county standards, it's designed to state standards. We have applied truck turning templates. We have driveway options that we know will work. And the remaining, in terms of the internal circulation issue that are really the heart of the concerns, those are compensation issues. And we have been open to talking about those from the beginning, but we can't agree to things that, even on the compensation end, we can't agree to all those things that are in the settlement offer. It's just beyond, some of those are beyond sphere of influence, and some things just are beyond what we think would be needed and appropriate. But that's, again, the compensation process will play out, and we're happy to participate in good faith as soon as we have the RON, or even at any time, continue to work with them on the items that they brought up of interest, including the property exchange, or the ability for us to provide some of our excess lands. It's a lengthy process that ultimately results in a decision by the CTC. But we're happy to do that. We're just very concerned with the idea of waiting or deferring action and then waiting for 6 to 9 months to get through that process to come back and then finally get a resolution of necessity. So we feel like these things need to happen in parallel with the RON and continued coordination. We're happy to do that. In every one of our correspondence with property owners, we have said we continue to be interested in working with you and working on refinements to the design and options and ideas you have to make refinements.
Executive Director Taylor.
I have a couple of questions for you, Scott. To your question, Commissioner Bradshaw, about the abuse of discretion here. Scott, is it true that when you adopted the negative declaration, that was prior to the freeway use agreement? Yes.
I believe so, yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. The other question I have is when we talk about this turning radius that you all use, that is an engineer-defined turning radius that ensures that the safety of the truck drivers is paramount when we're using that radius, and that's how you design things based on design standards, correct?
Yep.
And so as we're talking about this is a really, really challenging one, right? We are talking about the property owner's property versus safety and human lives. And as we talk about these things, that is a challenging, very hard conversation that is never easy for this commission. But I will also highlight that one thing that Scott said was that the interchange project that is recommended by the property owner is in the unconstrained regional transportation plan. What that means is over the next 20 years, that project will not be built unless there is funding identified and then it is amended into the regional transportation plan. I think that's important when we're talking about safety and we're talking about the types of improvements and the timing of the improvement, to understand that when Caltrans says it is not in the regional transportation plan, that means it is not planned for the next 20 years.
I don't disagree, and thank you. And safety should and is our paramount concern. And at the same time, I'm hearing from Caltrans District 5, push this through for safety, but we don't have enough land and we don't have enough money to do what would ultimately solve this. And that is a competing statement for me. If safety is that big of a concern, then how do we find the money and the land to resolve this in a way that...
Can't hear you, Carl. Sorry. Can you say that again? I'm sorry. It's the last part. I'm sorry, brother.
Sure. Hey, my fault. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Bradshaw. I'm torn between what I'm hearing that push this through because of the safety concerns, which we all share, but the safety concerns aren't big enough that we're going to find a way to find the money to do it in a way that would truly resolve this.
I don't think, I might clarify that differently, Vice Chair Guardino, and Scott, you can correct me in what I've heard. What I've heard from Scott is that this project does solve that safety need. And it solves it in a way that would be similar, I'm not going to say the same, to an interchange, in that it removes the left turn lane. It removes the grade conflict that is happening between the truck drivers trying to make the left turn into the San Paso truck stop and what is happening now.
And if I could add a little clarity to that, the property that so the concept of an interchange is something that's been there for decades. And usually it's a dot on a map that means grade separation in the future. And even the specific type of configuration for that is not identified in those older freeway agreements. And so it's a concept of needing to, there's two transportation facilities that are crossing and the need to provide grade separation at some point in the future. In this location, the concept evolved over time, and the land that we have, that Caltrans actually owns, is totally insufficient for any kind of a freeway interchange. On one of those quadrants, there's now a trailer park that's been approved by the county that you have RVs turning southbound onto Wilsona Road in the other direction across, so it's kitty corner from the truck stop, that movement is also occurring, and that trailer park exists in a place that we can't put. So this would have been a great location in years and years ago before those uses developed for a tight diamond interchange. It's not possible anymore because that quadrant is now taken up by an established use, and we would be impacting that property and taking property from them, an established use, to do so. And the same thing with the San Paso truck stop. There's established uses that have happened at this location that has totally changed what an interchange or grade separation can look like. This is the best solution today based on the uses that are established.
Commissioner Liu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You need 8 aye votes here. I don't think you have them, because I can count. But I also listened carefully to the presentation by the property owner, Mr. Pham, who said, among the very last things he said, was that he was requesting 30 days to work out improvements to the underpass, which to me provided some hope that you might actually be able to reach a more thorough agreement. Because my concern, and I guess I could be convinced either way at this point, but my concern really is that the proposal before us doesn't meet that one criterion of greatest public good and least private injury. I think we might be able to make some more progress on the least private injury side of that. So what I anticipate is going to happen here is that at most you're getting 7 votes and not 8. And that you're going to need to go back and try to negotiate with the property owner to figure out how to reduce the private injury in a way that addresses those problems. And I think there's some solutions that have been talked about here. But I was encouraged by him saying that he was willing to continue to negotiate over the next 30 days about improvements that might lead to a resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have other commissioners?
Just real quick.
Oh.
I'm also grappling with this issue and 2 very good presentations. I'm always optimistic that there could be a solution, but I always fall back on my standard, that is safety is really never negotiable. Safety of the traveling public is what was said as paramount. But as my fellow Commissioner Joe Liu said, I'm hopeful that we can get to a safe place and where everybody sort of walks away with the feeling that they can still manage. But again, safety is, and I appreciate you leading with that, but safety is to this board very important.
Sorry.
So Mike, maybe you can, if we need 30 days to get closer to some equitable solution here, does the passing the RON make that harder in order to get there? So if you could maybe shine a little light on what that would entail if we don't pass it, what would that entail if we do pass it?
Before I answer, I did see Commissioner Bradshaw wanted to make a comment. I wanted to allow that.
Yeah, and I think it goes to Chair Eager's question. I feel a bit like, and maybe it's being a negotiator for a long time, I'm feeling like this commission is in the middle of this, like a chip on the negotiation table, that I can understand. I'm an owner. If you pass the RON, I'm losing my ability to negotiate broadly and then, right, kind of go in the other direction as well. Pass it and we'll keep negotiating, keep the momentum. So I want to, I know I'm piling on, I want to also, Joe just talked about, the safety issue is imperative, right? Here but if there's a way to navigate it, and I want to dominate it because the chair brought it up, but is there a way to move this to try to get to a better resolution? Keeping in mind that we're having people dying on 101, so anyway, just a couple of things I wanted to mention. Thanks.
Yeah, and thank you. And I agree. This is difficult. Certainly, the story from Mr. Pham, I think impacted all of us. We want to see this business continue to be successful, both for, honoring all the work that he has done, and also, has been brought up, the, supporting our trucking industry and the important service that he provides. What I believe I heard is that we're close, if you will, in that there was a settlement proposed that says this is workable. I have to take it that we're that close, that we're down to a settlement offer. The settlement offer, though, is the compensation part of this. If 30 days, I'd be disappointed if we had to stop this project and come back for 30 days. That's 30 days more exposure. Same time, we've been working on this for years at this point, right? So I don't want to overstate that. What I'd hate to see is for this to get bottled up for any length of time. And it just, I can't not think back to the conversation we had yesterday with Director Roberts and PCH, and what if we had taken some of those steps earlier, and could the outcome be different? And so I think we're willing to work to try to find a solution as quickly as possible, but the compensation part is outside the RON, and because the RON is passed does not mean there aren't additional alternatives for reaching that. We cannot require them to take our offer, right? So that there are remedies that go beyond that to get to that agreement on the compensation.
I want to build on safety. These are 1,700 truckers a day that I am not hearing have a place for food, fuel, and rest in either direction for a very long time that impacts their safety on a daily basis. If we arrive at a decision that doesn't work for all parties and shuts this facility down, that's safety.
So, and I guess maybe you could also answer the proposals, the RON that we have before us doesn't shut the facility down, but it does take a portion of the trucks from where they go. So there's still 2/3 of this property available for the trucks, just not the whole thing. And I get that, it's huge. And don't get me wrong, Mr. Pham, I certainly understand that, from your standpoint, that's a huge piece. And where would those trucks go if you can't do a third, you can't park a third of them there? But we're certainly not talking about closing him down at this point, correct?
Yeah, if I could add on to that a couple things. One is constructions and detouring were mentioned. This project, where it's located, we'll be able to build the undercrossing while the truck stop stays open and continues to have the access that it has now. So that's one of the benefits in the undercrossing being south, instead of being at an interchange, at the location where they're mentioning for an interchange. That would have really significant impacts in terms of continuing to access the facility while that's being constructed. With the undercrossing to the south, we can build the frontage road and literally complete the whole frontage road system before, while maintaining access to the truck stop. And so that access will continue all the way through the construction period, and there would not be impacted. And again, with driveway locations, we can work out that in a way that all those truckers will continue to enjoy the use of this facility. And in fact, those same truckers with just a few right turns that are all to standard will be able to not have to make a left turn across high-speed traffic. I mean, I'm thinking of the truckers too, and their need to reach this facility safely when they're northbound. And right now, they have to be in a very uncomfortable position of making a left turn across high-speed traffic into the facility and then making another left turn to continue northbound. This will allow them to do that on a local street system and never have to make a left turn across high-speed traffic.
We're in full agreement that that needs to be addressed. if I heard right, the current plan takes away a lot of the places where the truckers can stop to park and sleep. If I heard that wrong,
I think it's a third,
yeah, a third of it. Yeah.
right? Is it about a third?
Maybe I can add something and then.
Parking
Excuse-
area,
Yeah.
it is the effect
Can you come up onto the, yeah, thank you.
It's a third of the parking area that will be eliminated physically by the project. Because of the impact on the turns, you are eliminating access for the northbound traffic, which is 40 to 50% of this truck stops traffic. As far as during construction is concerned, I strongly disagree with Mr. Eads about the impacts. While, yes, there will be access, it is not access that is suitable to the trucks, and it is not access that's suitable for trucks in both directions. It will severely diminish the operations and affect them. And the suggestion that it's not closing down the truck stop, it's precarious. You knock out 25, 30, 40% of a business's business, it's hard to continue operations. So no, it is absolutely true that this project during construction and permanently jeopardizes the viability. If I might, if you'll indulge me, I have a couple of comments that to address some of the questions that came up. Number one, there was a comment about the constrained projects. Can we show this slide, Brandy? There we go. Here in the middle bullet, this is the 2014 SlowCog RTP, identifies the 101 Welsona interchange as a constrained high priority project. So there was funding allocated for it. I don't know what happened subsequently, but it was constrained. This was identified as a high priority project. As far as the interchange design, Mr. Perzati, yes, it is a conceptual design. He didn't have topography, so he couldn't do a 3D. It is a 2D conceptual plan for an interchange facility that exists throughout our system in California. So it is not unusual. Things like this exist. As far as the topography is concerned, there's certainly the 101 could be raised, which would not affect access for things along the way. I think there were. Late in the game, more than a year ago, we approached, in one of these 70 phone calls, I spoke with the right-of-way staff, and I said, can we sit down with the engineers and talk? Mr. Pham had raised the issue of the southerly underpass in conversations even before he got professionals involved. We just wanted to sit down with our engineer and talk to Caltrans engineer and talk about these issues. Again, we have a professional planner who builds throughout San Luis Obispo County, where there is riparian habitat everywhere. There are oak trees everywhere, and she builds. She makes projects happen. They mitigate impacts and deal with these things. Please, Caltrans engineers, will you sit down and talk to us? Not in writing. Ms. Coletta called me. The engineers will not meet with you. They looked at the southern design and it doesn't work. What does it mean when they say they looked at the design? It means they looked at a map, at an aerial map, and they saw a stream and trees. They didn't do an analysis. That was, so when there's comments that were late in the game, no, there were many times that we discussed it. But let's kind of get to the bottom line. We wouldn't need to be here, as Ms. Florence stated. we presented a proposal. Caltrans would have certified this project last week under the possession and use agreement. No, it's not about compensation. That possession and use agreement would give Caltrans the ability to move forward on the project. There are two things that Ms. Florence identified. One, that the driveway would go where San Paso determined it would be appropriate. San Paso needs to take care of these trucks. They have facilities on site that need to be dealt with. They are not, Mr. Pham is not just going to look at a map and point and say, that's where we'll put a driveway. It takes time. It requires engineering. There's multiple dominoes that need jigsaw puzzle pieces that need to be put in place to figure out where it would go, what is safe, and what the impacts are, and how to deal with it. That's point one, where the driveway goes. We can't determine that without further professional analysis. And oh, by the way, we need to talk to the county, and we need to talk to all the regulatory agencies that deal with trucks, truck scales, diesel fueling, truck tanks, all of these other things. That's what we told Mr. Eads in the 2-hour conversation. It's what's said in emails that aren't part of the record. It was made very clear that we cannot answer the question. We think it would go along the tangent. We don't know where. Point number two that couldn't be determined is until we know where the driveway is, we don't know where all the other pieces fall into place. All we wanted was an agreement that Caltrans would pay for whatever on-site mitigation is required. Where if you have to move the fuel tanks, move the fuel tanks. If you have to move the pumps, where you move the pumps. If you have to move the scale, where you move the scale. Not how much, but what is required, the mitigation required. That's it. There's no commitment on compensation beyond that. There are some other terms that we would just agree to discuss later, including the 2 acres. Nothing else.
Can I ask a question on
Sure.
that? So is it open-ended? Like whatever the mitigation, was there a cap requested on, it's not $1 billion that we'll be able to pay for mitigation? Was there any
No,
negotiation
there
there?
can't be because we don't know what it is. We don't know what needs to be done. And then we don't know what it would cost. So there's no way to determine that. But under the law, just as we read in there about damages to the remainder, it's just the law. It's just Caltrans acknowledging that under the law, it is required to pay for these damages, and these damages include the physical mitigation requirements. That's it. Nothing more. Nothing. So, thank you. I'm here if you need anything else.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any, yes, Commissioner Grisby?
Sir, one question
Oh.
for you.
I think it's for you.
Yeah, I saw that guy go through this before. Thank you, Commissioner
Apologies.
We
Grisby.
make you walk back and forth. Yeah, it's a trick we do.
So is it, so I'm trying to ascertain what I'm hearing from you. One, sounds like free parking is part of his company's competitive advantage.
It is a service that he offers to the community. Yes.
And you can't figure out what impact that's going to, what this project will have on that until you get the jigsaw puzzle pieces figured out.
That's right. Try to replace those parking or figure out how to maneuver things to recapture the third of the parking that's lost, things like that. That's exactly right.
So in theory, we could in fact be talking about the company closing if those.
No question. Mr. Pham put his blood, sweat, and tears on the line to build this station. That's why he's here. He is fighting for the survival of this business. That's why he's here.
Thank you.
Could I maybe have Mr. Pham come back up, if you don't mind?
And as he comes back up with the permission of the chair, could someone let us know on 101 to the north and the south. Where is the next
know. Yeah.
facilities that,
Yeah.
again, food, fuel,
Well,
rest
I
for
think we heard it was
1,700
120 miles away.
hardworking truckers
Yes,
a day?
it's,
I think we heard it was 120 miles away was the next truck stop. Am I right?
correct, but
Okay.
they don't provide the services, the amenities. We have laundry service, we have showers, we have cat
Right.
scale, we have free parking,
And a really good restaurant.
good restaurant. My big, to be honest, my biggest concern is that when they have to make the right,
Yeah.
you can hit oncoming trucks that
Going that
is
way,
parking on Wasona Road. So that's my biggest problem right now is that design. When you make that, you can't just encroach on incoming
Sure,
trucks on the
sure.
other side.
No,
That's a
we
badly
understand that
flawed
piece,
design. And I'm just asking, I would love to work with Caltrans for 30 days. We can meet in the middle. Life is about compromises. I'm not here
Yeah.
to like, I don't take take your marbles and go home. Because everything, we just need to talk it through.
Yes.
And there's many things, to move the diesel islands back. That doesn't cost more than $1.2, $1.8 million. That's nothing compared to the tax revenue that we generate for this
Sure.
truck stop. And we have over 25 employees that making good wages, and I believe in that.
So can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
The 1/3 of the property
Yes.
that would be taken where trucks usually park out there and sleep and do all of those kinds of things. Do you believe that the majority of your business comes to you because you offer that free parking in the back where they can sleep? Is that your contention?
If you read Google reviews, most of the people come to us. Number one is low fuel prices. Right now, it's tough for small independent operators, truckers, to get discount on fuel. We have the lowest fuel prices. Number two is safety. And easy in, easy out. Our truck stop, our parking lot is huge. So for them, they don't have to navigate to Ontario, LA, where parking is very difficult to navigate.
sure.
So plus the wine country in Paso Robles, Paso Robles is known for their wine. So during the harvest season, we have a lot of trucks that move grapes throughout the Central Valley. So that's why they like it. It's easy to park, easy to get in and out. And we keep it very clean.
And, I think you probably heard from all of us up here how much we appreciate I'm going to cry, I'm sorry. How much we appreciate your story, how much we appreciate the hard work that you have put into building, not just for you and your family, but for the truckers, for the people who use those roads. So whatever we do up here, we do want to tell you how much we appreciate you, and your story has obviously touched all of us.
Thank you.
And we take these kinds of things very seriously. Obviously, we've been talking about this for quite a few hours now because we do take it seriously, and we do understand, and we do want you to come to an agreement with Caltrans, with the state that is equitable for you, for the truckers, and for the state of California to make it safer for everyone. So we wanted to make sure that you understood that, and we wanted to let you know that you are being heard.
Thank you so much. That's what I love about America. Someone that come over at 10 years old could make it. The land of opportunity, and we are the same. It doesn't matter who we are. That's what my philosophy of life is, giving back to people and to the country that helped me.
Thank you.
This is
And I think Commissioner Bradshaw first had.
Yeah, just really quick. Again, Mr. Pham, I know you're in the audience, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I want to really share with you, you're your best-owned spokesperson.
Thank
What
you,
you
sir.
shared again here meant a whole lot more to me than a lot of what I heard earlier. I'm not here to attack anybody, but I got to tell you, it meant a whole lot. Please keep that in mind as you move through this. What you describe and your dedication and investing in this and giving back, and the facts are here. They speak for themselves. I often can look at the facts. I don't need them read to me. That's just my own personal thing over and over. But you're hard on it and where you're trying to go and where you've gone. As a representative of workers too, good jobs in a challenged area. And I believe
You provide health insurance as well. I know that's not
Yes.
necessarily directly related here, but I want you to know from me that that means something, means a lot. And of course, safety, number one, always. So that's the other consideration is looking, we want to make sure we don't create further unsafe conditions. We bring a solution, it's a solution all around for the truckers, for the community, for everybody. So as we continue to deliberate, just want to tell you, good job.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to mention, like during COVID, most national truck stops, they just write blogs. We provide over 1,500 free lunches for truckers, you know, for free. You can Google that. We feature in the daily news. So I always believe you got to give back to a country that's giving me so much, you know?
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
thank you.
Vice Chair Gardino, I think, has.
Thank you. First of all, don't mention lunch when we went right past the lunch hour.
I kept saying you have a really good
To our
restaurant.
incredible staff and our stakeholders, and as well as the commissioners. I know I succumbed to junk food. While I have a suggestion, I'd like to hear from our amazing executive director and our incredibly impressive deputy director of Caltrans. Tanisha and Mike, if you two have a suggestion, I'm very open to hearing what you two might suggest, or I will make a suggestion on my own.
I do have a suggestion. My recommendation, and thank you, Mr. Pham and the team, and thank you to Caltrans. I know this has been a very hard conversation, as all eminent domain proceedings throughout the state of California are challenging. My recommendation would be to delay this until our January meeting, to allow Caltrans and the property owner to continue to work together. A couple of things I do want to say as part of that. I think Mike talked about the compensation piece in the settlement. And I do recognize that Caltrans, through the settlements that they have discussed, have talked about the parking that we've considered today. And so I think that's important for us to recognize the good faith efforts that Caltrans has made. But my recommendation today is going to be for us to delay 30 days and come back in January.
If I could ask Mike to respond.
Oh, we're
Yeah.
going the same.
Yeah, given the conversations today, we can support that. We'll continue to work through the 30 days and bring this back in January.
Thank you. Before we make motions, do we have public comment?
Yes, we have had some of our virtual attendees indicate that they wish to comment on this item.
Okay.
I would like to first call on Gary Abadi. Gary, you are free to unmute yourself at this time and make a comment.
Yeah, my name's Gary Abadi, and I'm a small owner-operator of trucks. I live right up the road from San Paso Truck Stop. San Paso Truck Stop is an essential truck stop. It's very clean, good food, excellent prices on fuel, well-maintained, and the parking is just phenomenal back here. And like I say, I live right up the road from it, and I've came down here at night and I've counted up to 40 trucks in that parking lot that were sleeping. And with the new electronic log books and stuff, these truckers have to come in and lay over before they can go on, or they will be cited for it. And there's nowhere that Caltrans has anywhere for those trucks to park. The northbound rest area has been closed for 2 years. The one out on 46, it's open half the time and half the time it's closed. And what their Caltrans is going to do is put these trucks sitting alongside the road, and then they'll get hit there. But that's my feeling about the truck stop. And my other question was, if you guys are going to do the construction, which way were you going to route the trucks during the construction deal? Because it was, to my knowledge, they were going to get off on X-Line Road and come down Viborg Road to Welsona. And there is absolutely no way 2 trucks can get down those roads and make those turns at all. I seen the garbage trucks going right in front of my house, and they have to pull off the side of the road so they can pass each other. That's what I got.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have more public comment?
Yes, we have 2 more at this
Okay.
time.
Thank you.
Up next, I'd like to call on Peter Rogers. Peter, you're free to unmute yourself at this time and make your comment.
Hi, this is Pete Rogers. Good afternoon, Chair Eager and Commissioners. I'm the Executive Director at SlowCog. We strongly support the department here. This project was a huge win for our county. And I want to be clear about the Regional Transportation Plan. Yes, this interchange has always been envisioned, but it has been an underpass, and that's what's in our Regional Transportation Plan. This project, as proposed, is consistent with our programming documents. It's in the 101 business plan supported by the Central Coast Coalition. This at-grade intersection has always been a safety problem. I urge you to trust the process, work with the applicant, the very charming, Mr. Pham. We're all impressed, and I would agree with the 30-day extension and consistent with your executive director and Caltrans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Tom McDonald. Tom, I see you're unmuted, but if you're speaking, we cannot hear you at this time. Tom did unmute himself, but we are unable to hear him at this time. Okay.
That's the
Well,
last one?
It appears, yeah, that's the last one, and it appears Tom is maybe having some technical difficulties at this time, so.
Okay,
And
thank
that was
you.
the last comment received.
Thank you. Vice Chair Gardino?
These are always,
There you go.
these are always difficult. I want to thank our commission staff and Caltrans District 5 and the applicant as well for really investing the time. It's obvious that all of us want to see this resolved in a way that safety does come first, while the ongoing ability of this business to provide service to those 1,700 truckers a day and others continues to further ensure their safety. And that's the delicate balance we're all trying to strike. If I may suggest, I like the suggestion of our executive director and our chief deputy director have suggested that in light of just a lot of ongoing questions and a hope for resolution, that we do provide I don't know if it's precisely 30 days because I can't remember when our January
Whenever the
meeting
January
is.
meeting is, yes.
But if we may extend this to 30 days for what I would hope can be a much briefer conversation at the mic than 2.5 hours, and that the parties will have come to a point where perhaps they're not all thrilled, but can find resolution.
It actually looks like it's about 45 days, so gives them even more.
Well, take Christmas Day off.
Yeah. So you made the motion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Second.
Let me get a second first. Do I have a second? Grisby? Okay, thank you.
Lawrence again. I think this is where we wanted to be before we got here today. If you were to proceed and approve the RON, it just sets into motion a completely different timeline that won't allow Caltrans to move forward with this project. So I am forever grateful. I know Mr. Pham and Mr. Block are grateful for your deliberation today. I know these are RONs are not your favorite choice of
Oh, sure
things
they
to
are.
deal with. And so I appreciate the time that you've given us to do this. And my goal would be to work out a possession and use agreement, and hopefully the right people will be at the table, because I feel the discomfort from the director about the compensation part of it. But if we can agree to the bulk of it, hopefully someone else within the organization deals with the compensation part of it. It's just, and I think I'll leave it at that. And if we do have an agreement, as much as I would love to come back and see you next year, perhaps we don't have to, because the RON won't be on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are going to take a break. We will be back at, let's do 1:35. 1:35. Okay, we are back on the record. We will not be taking items 60 and 61, so we will move to item 62, last chance.
Good afternoon, Chair Eager, Commissioners, and Executive Director Taylor. I'm Matt Brady, Caltrans District 1 Director up on the North Coast in Eureka. And today we're discussing our annual update on last chance grade. And when you think about US 101, we just had that discussion on the RON. You see a 4-lane facility, maybe in LA, you see more, Bay Area, you see more lanes, but up in the North Coast, up in Del Norte County, it's a totally different situation. It's a 2-lane road through last chance grade that's about 3 miles long, a segment that is moving slowly into the ocean. In sections, it's gone down 30 feet, and it's gone laterally towards the ocean 40 feet. So you can see we've got a dynamic problem that we've been dealing with for a number of years. In fact, in the last 9 years, up until 2 months ago, the road was either closed or down to 1 lane for 9 years. So this is something that's been very dynamic. We've been spending about $150 million so far just to keep it open. So we need an ultimate solution, and that's what we're working towards. We were celebrating that 2 months of having it open to 2-lane of traffic until this past weekend when another storm hit and another new section went down and the road was closed briefly. But I did want to say that we're very happy with the ability we have through the working group that Representative Huffman has put together. And we have a lot of community engagement and involvement. But when this slide happens and goes down, this area goes down, we have 2 tribes on the south end, the Resignini tribe, the Yurok tribe, and then on the north side, we have the another 2 tribes, the Toloadini Nation and the Elk Valley tribe, that are heavily impacted, as well as the community of Crescent City, which is the county seat. People can't get through to have, say, kidney dialysis in Eureka, and people that are on the south side, like I mentioned, the Yurok tribal members, can't get to school on the north side. So commerce stops as well because there are a number of farms, dairy farms, agricultural farms up near Smith River, north of the slide. But I did want to mention that we do have 2 alternatives that we're looking at. We've narrowed it down to 2. The good news is we're running about a year ahead on PA&ED, so getting through the environmental document phase. We're going to release the draft environmental document this month. So it's a big deal. It's also a big ask. So this commission was kind enough to approve $50 million for the PA&ED phase. We'll probably have the document out for just short of 2 years for comment. And then we'll be coming back asking for additional funds to get into the design phase. So Jamie Mattioli is the corridor manager for this location. He wanted to be here today to do the presentation. Unfortunately, he was feeling a little bit under the weather, but he's going to do it virtually. So I think, Douglas, he is available and ready to go, and I'll just step back. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Matt. And thank you to the commission and staff for this opportunity. Our objectives today, if we could move to the next slide, please, are just to discuss the context and history of last chance grade. In addition, we'll review the cost, scope, and schedule. And because of time, we're going to keep this to the short version, please. So next slide. Let's start with the project's context. Last chance grade on US Route 101, 10 miles south of Crescent City. It faces challenges marked by the deep-seated landslide and coastal erosion. The area encompasses old-growth redwoods within the National Redwood and State Park system, holding UNESCO World Heritage status. It is the ancestral territory of 5 tribes and the home of sensitive species. And as Matt mentioned, since its establishment in 1937, the highway has been sinking and sliding westward with repair costs and impacts escalating. Caltrans is tasked with 2 crucial jobs at Last Chance Grade. 1, keeping the highway open and safe, and 2, finding a long-term solution. Next slide, please. So why are construction delays and risk of closure such a big deal for the people of the region? Because there's no good detour for Last Chance Grade. There's a minimum 6-hour detour for people traveling between Eureka and Crescent City. However, if you live in Klamath, a small town south of Last Chance Grade, that becomes an 8-hour detour. As Matt mentioned, Klamath is the home of Yurok tribe and Rezagini tribe. And a 2018 economic study estimated the cost of full closure for 1 year would be in the hundreds of millions. Next slide, please. Repair work has been nearly a constant at Last Chance Grade over the last 10 years, as Matt mentioned. This is a photo of a slide that occurred in 2021, shut down the road temporarily. And this is just a small segment of the overall landslide. The next slide, please. This is a photo of CTC staff and commissioners who attended a field review before a town hall in Crescent City that evening. This photo highlights what users of Last Chance Grade have experienced over the decades. They see the damage to the road. They see retaining walls go up. Those retaining walls get damaged. The damage gets repaired. Ultimately, this wall was demolished and a new wall was built inland, in addition to another wall that was built down the hill. These walls don't stop the landslide. They only hold the road together as the movement occurs. And they're essentially temporary structures and aims of our short-term solution. Next slide, please. I'll just provide a very brief history of the long-term solution development. Going back to the 80s, 90s, and thousands, Caltrans had studied this area in consideration of some major improvement, but the end result at each of those studies was that Caltrans would maintain the current approach, keep the highway open, respond to damage as it occurs. But that collective thinking started a major shift in 2011. Congressman Huffman's stakeholder working group, they reached consensus that the status quo was no longer an option because the costs and impacts of the landslide damage were increasing every decade, and they only expected things to accelerate with climate change. So as Matt mentioned, in 2019, we received full funding for the environmental phase. And fast forward to today, I'm happy to report that we're ahead of schedule and on budget as we circulate the draft environmental document next week. Next slide, please. A long-term solution is needed at Last Chance Grade to maintain the economic prosperity of the region by avoiding impacts of a major failure. It's needed to adapt to climate change, which would bring greater and greater storm damage, slides, and erosion. Next slide, please. The purpose of the project is to maintain equitable access to this vital lifeline for the people of the region and beyond, while resources are protected as much as possible. Next slide, please. Last Chance Grade is not just a Caltrans project. We have enjoyed high levels of public participation going back to 2015 when members of the public helped us assess early alternatives, continuing with annual open houses. Next slide, please. And the project has benefited greatly from a high level of collaboration with 4 project-specific stakeholder working groups listed here. Caltrans has been also very fortunate to be able to discuss the project with tribal governments of each of the 5 tribes involved listed here. All 5 tribes have been supportive of the project over the years. And one of the great benefits of stakeholder collaboration to date has been success with the alternative analysis. Next slide, please, where we've been able to stay on schedule and on budget by reducing the project alternatives from 18 down to 2 with the help of those stakeholder working groups. Next slide, please. So these are the 2 project alternatives currently being studied. Alternative F avoids the landslide with a 6,000-foot-long tunnel bypass. It includes an on-site operations and maintenance center that would support safety systems and emergency operations. Alternative X is an end-to-end re-engineering of the existing highway that would mitigate the landslide with three major features. One, a depressurization system. It's a dewatering system, pulls water out of the landslide with the goal of slowing or stopping the deep-seated movement. Two, minor retreats that move the highway further east in a couple locations to gain more time and real estate in areas of coastal erosion. And three, retaining walls that accommodate this realignment and create more space to manage future storm damage. Next slide, please. Here's a look at alternative F. We're north of the northern portal looking south, and this is the area with the greatest potential impacts. We have many large diameter old growth trees that would be removed here in the park. Caltrans has taken several steps to avoid and minimize impacts as much as possible, moving this alignment as close to the edge of the forest as we can, and building a bridge over an area of wetlands in the foreground. This tunnel has a 10-foot wide shoulder, has emergency egress, and elevated bike paths, so safety and accessibility would be improved for all users. Next slide, please. Alternative X would look a lot like the current highway, but you would see new, larger retaining walls on the uphill side. This alternative would also require removal of sensitive trees, and coastal erosion would remain a long-term challenge for Alternative X. Next slide, please. Here's a look at our preliminary cost estimates. These are in current year dollars, and these costs will change as we refine the scope and as we continue to study the underlying geology. Next slide, please. Finally, here's an overview of the project schedule. In short, we're ahead of schedule and on budget. We will circulate the draft environmental document next week, and we expect to complete the environmental phase in 2025, which is a year ahead of our original schedule, and construction is expected to begin in 2030. Next slide. And with that, I just want to say thank you again to the commission and staff for this opportunity. I want to acknowledge elected officials who've been very supportive of the project. That's again, Congressman Huffman, Senator McGuire, Assemblymember Wood, and the Del Norte Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm sorry I wasn't able to make it to go look at that, but it's on my bucket list to go see that. We have a few public comment. We have from the Board of Supervisors in Humboldt County, Rex Bond.
Thank you, Chair, Executive Director, and board members. I drove from LAX to here last night about 7 o'clock. I come from an area in Humboldt County with one stoplight. Holy damn. You guys got your work cut out for you.
Hey, Supervisor, we're cheaper than therapy, so just go ahead. Tell
There
us how
you go,
feel.
there you go. With that being said, 51 years ago, I started driving a commercial truck over this part of Last Chance Grade. As a 19-year-old, scared to death of it. The year before, a couple had been taken over the side of the mountain and died into the Pacific Ocean. So this is predating some of the stuff you talked about. There was also a large push that they knew they had a problem then. But you face another problem out of Humboldt County. And we as a board are fully supportive of everything you can do as quickly as possible. We have over 75 to 80 businesses last time we did a big count that do business at least one time a day, one time a week in Del Norte County, and some of them go up there 3 to 4 times a week. But the other caveat to that is with our California regulated gasoline and diesel, the terminal is in Eureka. So when the road is out, they bring fuel from Chico all the way across 199. What is considered the most beautiful, wild, and scenic river in the world, the Smith River, right 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet away. We had a problem a couple years ago with a diesel spill we had great response, but this may not always be. So this is going to add, somebody mentioned VMTs so much when this happens, you heard that. We also have a major prison up there that is a lot of the guards live in Humboldt County or down in Klamath, which is on, towards the Yurok Reservation. So this needs to be addressed. Recently, we've streamlined, the governor signed some papers to streamline offshore wind. And there's so many unknowns. We know the knowns that we're going to affect if we do some of the two options, but we need to streamline that effect for these safety measures. And as we said, you just allocated Sunday $2.5 million for the repairs that needed to be made from that, and we had 2 months of wonderful two-lane traffic, first time in 9 years. So I appreciate your time on this matter. I get to see you on the next matter too. I'm excited. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next, we have County Supervisor Chris Howard.
Thank you. And again, it's a pleasure to be back before you again here today. Last chance grade is called last chance grade for a reason. You go up it, you don't come back down it. And the issues of connectivity for a small rural community like Del Norte, 28,000 people, 80% public land, UNESCO World Heritage Site, as you heard, because of the redwoods, because of our background, people are coming to our area to experience the glory of what God put on this earth. And it's quite impressive. What's more interesting is that connectivity was lost this year. It was lost because 199 went under a 100,000 acre fire. Our power lines burnt down and our whole community was out power for 8 days. Oh, wow. Whole community. And so we're in a situation now and have been for quite a long time, as Jamie Mattioli stated, to where sometimes this is literally our only lifeline out of the county. This is our only connectivity to the rest of the state of California. Wow. And truly, when I said last time for 199, we don't want to be forgotten about in Del Norte County. So it's critical that we all come together, and Congressman Huffman has really done quite a spectacular job pulling in all the stakeholders to represent what can possibly be this corrective action that will allow that connectivity to be maintained. And so I urge you today, as we juggle what could be a hugely just extraordinarily expensive project for you guys with the state budget the way it is, that we didn't ask for it to be that way, but we also didn't ask to be California's state park either. And we're trying to save those trees that everybody in the world wants us to save by doing this tunnel project. So thank you for your time. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next, we have Tamara Layton from Del Norte Local Transportation Commission.
I'm Tamara Layton, the Executive Director of the Del Norte Local Transportation Commission. Thank you, Jamie, for saying all the things I had planned to say. I have one thing to add. Please come see it. Come as a group. We can hold another town hall. Come as an individual when you're in the area. You can let Douglas know you're going to be traveling through. We can organize a little tour as you pass through. It doesn't have to take up your whole day, but please come take a look. Last time we had a town hall, the response, I would summarize, from the California Transportation Commissioners who were there was, oh, wow. And, you know, I mean, there's nothing like seeing it. You stand there on that cliff, you can see the ocean beneath you, you can see the failures above you. It's breathtaking. The scope of this project is breathtaking, as is the scope of the solution. So please just come when you can. Let us know how you can get there, how you want to make that work. We welcome you to our community. Thank you.
Do we have an online comment?
Yes, we have received requests from some of our virtual attendees as well. I see one hand raised at this time. I would like to call on Michelle Bushnell.
Hello, confirming that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Bushnell. I'm supervisor in Humboldt County, the farthest district to the south in Humboldt County. I just want to reiterate what my fellow supervisor, Supervisor Bones said, and also that the connectivity is vital for the Del Norte and Humboldt County. We also, our ag department, we utilize that road. We share ag, our ag department does work up there. And so that is also critical for having the connectivity, but also the last chance grade on Highway 101 presents an opportunity for comprehensive action that embodies climate action, equality, opportunity, benefit, and safety. Addressing this critical infrastructure not only ensures transportation safety, but also allows for the integration of sustainable practices, equitable access for all communities, and economic benefit that enhances the local region while safeguarding the environment for the future generations. I know you have two options, and I do agree that going and looking at this area is something in itself. It is quite extraordinary. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Do you have any other public comment?
I see no other request to comment at this time.
Okay. Do we have any comments or questions from commissioners? Then we will move on to tab 63. Cherry.
Tab 63 is an action item to accept the final environmental impact report and addendum for the Richardson Grove Operational Improvement Project in Humboldt County. This project would result in a facility that could accommodate Surface Transportation Assistance Act, STAA, trucks. Staff recommends approval.
I think I might have public comment. I'm waiting. Thank you, sir. Okay, we have the supervisor team coming up. First, Rex Bond.
And in the interest of time, Madam Chair, would it be okay if we had them line up? Yeah.
They can.
Or speak at once, talk over each other. No, but if you both come up, then we
We're
won't
both
have
trying
the
to catch
transition
planes.
time.
Yes.
We know you have a flight.
They
so
lock
I'm
up the
trying-
gates at our airport at like 7:30. We have a little gravel, anyway. Now, this was actually my first route I ever drove as a commercial truck driver. I'm gonna fall back on that. And it used to scare the hell out of me. And it wasn't for the fact that I didn't think I was prepared. It was the amount of tourists coming up to see Chris's beautiful redwood trees, which we have more of in Humboldt County. But
By the way.
But there used to actually be what was called a tourist trap right in the middle of this, where people actually stopped and pulled in and parked right on the road. So it's pretty amazing. Our board again has voted, since I've been on there, has voted 3 times to support Richardson's Grove. And in this last one, we wanted a reiteration that there would be no old growth redwoods affected. With that being said, and I probably shouldn't say this, but back when I first started driving truck in '73, the road was so bad because the roots of the redwoods kind of travel high, as you well know. And they caused a lot of bumps and rippling. So they actually went and closed one half of the road and dug down 4 foot and cut all the roots out, layered it with gravel and fabric, and then came and did the other side, and they haven't had that problem since. The trees are still doing dandy, by the way. But we're not going to affect any of that. We're going to use air spades from, if I read the EIR report right, they're going to use air spades and be careful of where they are working. So this is a major thing. We have some manufacturing, not a lot because we're a small county, but we have East Coast products being shipped. Some of it, our beer, can make weight on a 43-foot trailer, but some of the longer ones need a longer, and this isn't a bigger truck. Remember, it's just a longer trailer. It's the same truck that hauls a 40, a 43, or a 53, or a 48. So what we need to do is allow those to travel that safely, and then they can haul the mattresses, potato chips, and everything back from the East Coast. And in the long run, this will save VMT miles because we're going to save about 8% traffic because that's what we're going to pick up in that extra trailer length on a lot of the goods that are hauled that can't make weight, and those, which are high impact goods but lightweight. So it helps our transport. This is an extreme problem. We do not have a railroad. This is the other reason this is a major issue. We don't have a railroad. So to be competitive on the worldwide stage, we're going to need this. And so I appreciate your time on this. And hopefully you'll follow staff's report and recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have bigger, better, taller redwood trees than Rex does. So don't just come on up. Tamara said it right. We want you to visit Last Chance Grade, but specifically for Humboldt County, the connectivity piece for the economics of the North Coast of California is really important. And I can't speak to that enough, especially with this project. I might wear a hat sometimes like I am today for the Del Norte County Board of Supervisors, but I'm the general manager of the largest organic pasture-based regenerative agricultural farm in the United States, Alexander Family Farm. We supply milk to our own creamery because we could not find a creamery to process our milk all the way down to San Leandro, and our trucks drive this route daily. And it represents a product that goes nationwide, which we fought for over the last 5.5 years to put on store shelves. The importance of these pinch points, like we talk about, whether it's 199, whether it's Last Chance Grade, whether it's Richardson Grove, it's vital to all our businesses. It's vital to the folks wanting to come up to see these World Heritage Sites. So we urge you, the board urges you, as it has done in the past through letters to the commission, to help this project move along. Make it happen if you can. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
I see no other request to comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from our commissioners?
So moved.
Oh,
So we
Chair
have-
Eager, I'm sorry.
Wait, we have one more
Sure.
public comment, sorry.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I'd like, Michelle Bushnell again has requested the comment.
Hi, again, confirming you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this is in my district. I am the supervisor for Humboldt County in the second district, which Richardson Grove falls in. I do want to say that this area, I also live in Garberville area, and oftentimes when we hear the sirens going, we know that, and they're going that way, they're going to the Richardson's Grove area. It is has a heavy amount of accidents through that area, not created obviously by trucks that are long, because it's not currently allowed. The Richardson's Grove Caltrans project aims to improve safety by enhancing road conditions, ensuring safer transportation for the community. Additionally, it strives for equity by providing improved accessibility for all travelers, regardless of their mode of transportation. The project aligns with the climate action by potentially reducing emissions through more efficient transit. Contributing to environmental sustainability. Moreover, it has the potential to bolster economic prosperity by facilitating smoother transportation benefits for local businesses and fostering regional growth. I really urge you, if you can, to move on this item, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Okay, I now see no other public comment request for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Grisby.
No, we're just going to move it.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bradshaw.
Where did that come from? Lou?
Brad.
Oh, Bradshaw. Where's the word coming from? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. We're on to tab 64. Sherry.
Tab 64 is an action item to accept the final environmental impact report for the Hillcrest Road Improvement Project in San Francisco County. Staff has reviewed this request and recommends approval.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
I see no request to comment on this item. Thank you.
Do we have any comments or questions from commissioners? Do I see a motion from
Motion to
Commissioner
approve.
Bradshaw?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Grisby. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
That's a really cool one. I don't know if that can go in the record, but I just want to.
Nice. Nice.
Okay.
Before we get to 65, I have to apologize. I have to leave. I'm going to turn this meeting over to the esteemed vice chair. I'm sure you'll do a wonderful job. Take us to the end. Try to get out before 5. Yes, that's a goal.
Yes, Madam Chair, we will. Thank you. So what we are going to do, because if you ever saw 10 Little Indians and then there were one, we are going to be losing other commissioners, and we're quorum dependent. So our amazing staff has been linking items that make sense. I understand we're going to be looking at 65 through 82 next. Is that accurate? That's correct. Good. 60. And who is our presenter? Tim Silverman. He's the man to do it. Bring us home, Timothy Silverman.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Tim.
Wait till the end on that one. I'll be presenting the action items for tabs 65 through 82 together with a recommendation at the end. These include both STIP and SHOP requests. There is one project that has a request for an allocation with costs that exceed the programmed amount by more than 20%. 7 capital outlay support supplementals. 7 supplementals to award. 3 supplementals to complete construction, and 2 supplementals to close out construction. These total somewhere around $73.8 million. Please note there are yellow replacement book items for tabs 66 and 78 as noted on the change list. A few highlights of these items: tabs 68, 69, 70, and 71 are requesting supplemental funds for the environmental or design phase to account for additional scope being incorporated due to the increased funding from IIJA. Tab 66 is requesting $3.4 million in the environmental phase due to the identification of a new alternative proposed by the CMGC contractor. Additional resources are needed to include the new alternative in a higher level environmental document and continue using the CMGC delivery method, as well as completing the remaining activities for the environmental phase. And tab 78 is requesting $12,394,000 in construction capital to increase funding to complete construction on a large design build roadway rehabilitation project on US 50 in Sacramento County. Staff has reviewed the projects and the book items for tabs 65 through 82 and recommends approval.
Are there any speakers on these items?
No, and there's no request to comment on this item.
Great. Are there any comments by commissioners on these items? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve. Bradshaw.
That was good. Okay, so I saw a motion by Bradshaw, a second by Norton. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Timothy, well done. Thank you. Item 83, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm going to take 83. So tab 83 is an action item to approve a supplemental funding request of $791,000 in the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. This request is consistent with guidelines and staff recommends your approval.
Okay. That's the end of your report?
That's the end of my report.
That was well done.
We are keeping these brief.
Do we have speakers on item 83? Okay. Do we have comments on the commission?
So moved.
See a motion from Commissioner Grisby? Second, Commissioner Bradshaw. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 84.
I am going to, wait, 84?
84 and 85.
I got ahead of myself. Come on now. Okay, 84 and 85 are both action items for SHOP amendments. Staff has reviewed them and recommends approval.
Do we have speakers on items 84 and 85?
We do not.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Comments from the commission? Do we have a motion?
Motion. Speaker coming up.
Oh, absolutely. By the way, just to let staff and our audience know, to be fair for everyone, without losing a quorum, we're resetting the shot clock for 60 seconds. I hope that's okay, sir.
Thank you. My name is Wes Speak. I represent the 5th District in the city of Corona. I will email you my comments, but I just want to say thank you for hearing this. It's very much needed, not just for safety, but for congestion and relief in my community. But I will email my comments to you. Thank you.
Councilmember Speak, thank you for joining us today. You did have 40 seconds left if you wanted to. Okay, good.
Second.
Great. We have a motion from Dr. Liu, a second from Commissioner Grisby. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 84 and 85 do pass. Item 86, please.
Commissioners, tab 86 is an action item to amend the local partnership formulaic program to add the State Route 67 Highway Improvements Project in San Diego County and to program $4,043,000 in fiscal year 23-24 to the project approval and environmental document phase. Staff has reviewed this request and recommends approval.
Great. Do we have speakers on item 86?
No request to comment on the item.
And none in the room? Okay. On the dais, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve, Bradshaw.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bradshaw, second by Commissioner Grisby. Any further comment? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Item 87.
Commissioners, tab 87 is an action item to amend the 2022 local partnership formulaic funding distribution. For the sake of brevity, I will just note that the specific details about the amendments are outlined in the book item. Staff recommends approval.
Are there speakers on this item?
We received no request to comment on the item.
In the room? On the dais? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve, Bradshaw.
Great. Motion to approve by Bradshaw, second by Dr. Liu. Any other comments? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Item 88, please.
80.
We're going to go 88 to 109, please. 88 to 105, please.
That's correct.
Actually, Chair, I'd like to pull 99 off of that list.
Great. Would anyone else like an item pulled? Then we're going to go 88 to 105, but we're pulling item 99 to come up after 105.
That's
Great.
right.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna do 88 to 96, 98, and then 100 to 105. Those are all depicted on the agenda. Some of them are on the final change, are on the change list. There's one, with the exception of, now that 99 has been accepted, there's one change we need to add to 101, which is not on the change list, and it will be added to the final change list. But project number 11 has been withdrawn on tab number 101. And with that, we're recommending approval of allocations for, again, 88 to 96, 98, and 100 to 105.
Great. Do we have speakers on any of those book items?
We do not.
Good. In the room for any of those book items?
Just to confirm something.
Yes,
So
please.
item 98 is pulled, right? Okay, cool.
No, 97 is pulled.
97.
Well, you pulled 99. 97 was pulled off the agenda for today.
So we will discuss 99, take it individually. The Grant Line Road project was withdrawn.
Great. Yes. So with that,
98 is for approval. Unless,
Yes, sorry, I have the wrong thing.
all right, we'll catch our breath for a moment. It sounds like we are now clear on what we're voting on. 99 is pulled at the request of Commissioner Liu. We'll consider that in a moment. 97 was pulled off of today's agenda, and there was one item where.
One second. Can you clarify that, please?
Sure. Thank you.
Forgive me. Tab 98, which is the Grant Line project, the TSEP allocation, tab 98 was pulled.
Oh.
Tab 97, which is a local partnership allocation, Lashara, I'm looking at you, should remain for approval. So tab 97 and 98 have been withdrawn.
Right, good. There we go.
okay,
Great.
you want me to say again the tabs that we're doing for
Yes,
clarity?
John.
That
That
would
would
be
be
very
great.
helpful, John.
Okay, so we are voting on 88 through 96 and 100 through 105. And the one change that's not on the change list that we're also voting on is project number 11 is being withdrawn from 101.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Liu. Is there a second? I'm going to give that one to Grisby, but you guys can arm wrestle over it if you'd like. Okay. Dr. Liu made the motion, Commissioner Grisby the second. Any comments on the dais? Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Well done, our staff team. Let's go now, please, to item 99.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So tab 99 is a multi-funded request of $202,567,000 for the Interstate 15 Corridor Freight Improvement Project. Please note the yellow revision noted on the change list, as well as the following change. Revise the TSEP regional and the TSEP state fund type from state highway account to the trade corridor enhancement account. Staff recommends approval of this item as presented.
Dr. Liu?
Yeah, thank you. And first, I'll just start off by saying I asked a lot of questions about this one too, and that San Bernardino Transportation Authority, Gray, provided a lot of and staff provided a lot of thorough answers. I appreciate that. This project adds 31.98 new lanes of miles to the I-15 in a very congested corridor where there's a lot of problems. The initial study, if I added it up right, estimates that an additional 300 million vehicle miles traveled annually will result from this project. And then I went to the NCST VMT calculator, and I think I added in the numbers right. That only came up with 152 million annual VMT, but whichever one you believe, it's a whole lot of added VMT. And I'd just like to say that, you know, the few of us here left, all recognize this issue of induced traffic and what happens when you add lanes to freeways. They're heavily congested, especially in areas like this. And despite that, at every meeting, we are asked to make one or two exceptions to this rule, this knowledge, and we widen freeway projects after widen freeway projects. So as someone who believes that we need to do what we say and say what we do, it gets pretty frustrating. And I could go into a lot of detail about the issues I have with this project in terms of NEPA and CEQA and the VMT impacts and the project hotspots analysis and the PM 2.5 impacts and what is the most highly impacted area in the entire South Coast Air Basin for particulate matter, PM 2.5. But I'm not going to do that. I could also argue with Caltrans and SB County, you know, Transportation Authority and our own staff about this, but I'm not going to do that either. I don't think there's a reason to. I think this is going to move forward. I think someday you guys might think back and say, I guess Joe was right. We spent more than $200 million that day on something that didn't work. I do know that there are a lot of multimodal projects that are proposed for the region. They're not committed to in terms of the environmental document. And I hope and would guess maybe they are going to move forward eventually, but there's no real VMT impact mitigations that are committed to either. And that troubles me a lot. And so one thing I've learned, I've served for 4 years on this commission, is that these projects are going to keep coming. And they're just we're going to keep making exceptions. And it's very troubling that despite knowing better, we continue to approve project after project after project. So I wanted to get that out and on the record and let people know that I'm really just have kind of reached the point of the end of my patience with it. And that if we're going to do this, we need to incorporate those things that we know help solve the problem into the actual thing that we're approving. They shouldn't be independently done. They should be all part of the same package. So thank you.
Dr. Liu, thank you for speaking your mind. And Commissioner Grisby?
Thank you, Vice Chair Gardina. Commissioner Liu, I'm with you when it comes to the frequency of these projects coming up that seem to have a life of their own. Could you give a thumbnail sketch of what you've uncovered when it comes to this project? Because I'm someone who generally it seems like hot lanes would work if you charge enough to not have VMT be an issue, but the fact that it's so high means that something's wrong. So can you break it down a little bit?
One of my chief concerns is the way the analyses are done, that while we're putting passenger vehicles and light-duty trucks onto express lanes, we're then creating more capacity for the trucks to go on those lanes. But the assumption is that there'll be no additional trucks. And at a place like this Inland Empire community, where warehouses pop up every other day, million-square-foot warehouses, I do think that providing that additional capacity on that freeway influences whether we get more of those million-square-foot warehouses, and it will and can induce truck traffic. Those truck traffic impacts are ignored, allowing it to bypass the transportation conformity hotspots analysis under the Clean Air Act, and then the CEQA review. There's a whole process called revalidation, in which they ask the question in the form whether any new laws or policies or regulations have been adopted in the interim span between the first review under CEQA and this revalidation process. SB 743 was implemented by Caltrans. They acknowledge that in the form, but conclude that it doesn't apply. And to me, I had a real problem with that, because why ask the question if you're going to conclude that the new policy doesn't apply? So again, I don't want to, I mean, we need to get through today, but those were the main problems I had with this particular project.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. And the price tag is so high at $200 million. It causes one to focus attention. So I appreciate your words here.
And just to let our commissioner colleagues know, in 3 minutes, we lose our quorum, and we have groupings of a lot of votes that we do need to consider. Is that accurate? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and I hate to do that. I just, we've got groupings probably of 20, 25 items. And you did a great job. It wasn't that at all. I'm sorry that we're running out of time due to travel calendars. Is there public comment? Is there comment in the room? Okay. Shall we see if there's a motion and see where this goes?
Motion. You comment? Sorry.
I'm going to move approval. I would like a report back, though, on the ways in which induced demand is going to be mitigated through other means that we've just talked about right now, which would have been my question. We don't have time for it. That's it.
And we can provide that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Second on approval.
And Commissioner Norton, my deep apologies about our time constraints. Commissioner Bradshaw, thank you for the second. All those in favor, and if we need to take a roll call, we shall. Let's do roll call. That's been requested by Commissioner Grisby. Thank you.
Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Falcone. Commissioner Grisby.
No.
Commissioner Vice Chair Guardino.
Aye.
Commissioner Lugo.
I'm going to go with no.
Commissioner Liu.
No.
Commissioner Norton.
Aye.
Commissioner Tavaloni. Chair Eager. We are tied.
That means the motion fails. We'll work with staff to see if we bring this back when we have more of a quorum next time. Is that how you want to respond to this?
We will bring it back and we will provide responses to those questions. We do have responses from SBCTA, if Matthew could speak to them.
Sure. So I can say that Steve Smith from SBCTA is here to address the concerns that Commissioner Liu raised when it comes to the environmental impacts. I can also say that the $200 million, $202 million on this project is made up of Trade Corridor Enhancement Program from our second cycle, which was pre-CAPTI, also LPP formula funds and STIP funds. So in an effort to suggest $202 million is a sizable sum, but this project has been put together with multiple funding sources to ensure that it can be delivered. But with that said, Commissioner Liu, you did identify alternate modal improvements that were identified in the Inland Empire's Comprehensive Multimodal Corridor Plan, which is for our Solutions Program, and we can provide additional details on the delivery of those projects.
I just want to appreciate SBCTA's work to provide us answers, and my apologies that we don't have time to have the robust discussion that this deserves.
Can we have, when we get the additional information requested, can we have that at our January meeting? Yes, we can. Great. Thank you. Okay, we're going to. We'll be right back. Okay. We're group. I thought my quorum was just walking out the door. Yes. Okay, let's go to the next grouping. Colleagues, can you let us know what that grouping will be? Kat, thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me? Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'll present tabs 106 through 123 together with a recommendation at the end. Tabs 106 through 123 are standard time extensions for various programs overseen by the Commission. These time extensions are consistent with each of the program's guidelines, and staff has reviewed tabs 106 through 123 and recommends approval in accordance with the time extension table and change list.
Okay. Are there any speakers online or in the room?
There's not.
Okay. Any comments from our colleagues on the dais about tabs 106 through 123?
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Liu, a second by Commissioner Bradshaw. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Kat, thank you. The next grouping?
Hello, Vice Chair. We'll be taking tab 124 individually and then 126 through 131 together. So Commissioners, tab 124 is an action item to consider approval for one post-fact time extension to extend the period of project development expenditure for a State Highway Operations and Protection Program project as an exception to the State Highway Operation and Protection Program guidelines. Staff has reviewed tab 124 and recommends approval.
Are there speakers on this item?
There's not.
In the room? On the dais? Is there a motion on tab 124?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Bradshaw? Second by Liu. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that passes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, for the sake of time, we'll be taking tabs 126 through 131 together. Please note that tab 129 has been withdrawn from the agenda. Tabs 126 through 131 are action items to consider approval for State Highway Operation and Protection Program time extension amendments, as well as Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program time extension amendments as an exception to each respective program's guidelines. Staff has reviewed tabs 126 through 131 and recommends approval.
So moved.
Oh, let's find out if there is speakers first. Are there speakers?
There is not.
On this item, on the dais? Commissioner Grisby, thank you. There's a motion by Commissioner Grisby. Is there a second?
Second, Bradshaw.
Second by Commissioner Bradshaw. Comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Yeah. Excellent.
We want to go back and hear a little bit on. Yeah, just. Okay. Thank you.
We also have one online.
We have one online and one in the room. Anthony Mitchell, if you could please step up. Anthony Mitchell?
He was with us yesterday. He may not have come back.
Okay. Okay. His comment in writing is the number 12 bus was taken. corner of Center and Stephen Avenue, without a replacement. I'm not sure in which community that is,
It's
but
just immediate community, and I've let Riverside County Transportation Commission Director and Mayor know about this. She's aware of it.
great. Douglas, thank you, and Mr. Mitchell, thank you for commenting. We also have a comment online.
Yes, we do.
Great, please.
This comment comes from David Flores. They write, "Hello, everyone. My name is David Flores, and I am a fourth-year student at UCR, current resident of Riverside County, and lifelong resident of the Inland Empire and its communities. I would like to apologize for not being in attendance today, nor present to deliver this message, but being a student, I do unfortunately have a class and some exams to get to. As such, I'll try to keep this brief for Mr. Justin, who kindly offered to read my message. Earlier this year, I had the wonderful privilege of leaving the country for the first time to Japan, a country of similar size to California, but with 3 times the population, and was able to see a different way of living. It did not matter where I was in Japan. Every city I visited was designed to have ample, dense housing with a combination of safe, walkable, and bikeable streets and connected by a world-class train system. I ask you kindly to contrast this to how we live in the U.S. And if you could imagine living without a car, the answer to that question is, for many, a resounding no. This experience was one of many that led me to consider the circumstances of the environment I grew up in and to better understand how the essential need of transportation is met here back home. As no surprise to anyone, in just about every city in the U.S., the dominant mode of transportation is driving, excluding all those too young, old, poor, disabled, and so on from adequately and conveniently participating in society. Besides this, it's also among the least efficient and most polluting forms of transportation and contributes to many societal and environmental ills. Until now, I've spent the better part of a year researching ways to build the U.S. the way the rest of the developed world does it. And as such, I recently started a club on campus called the Popular Front for Urbanism at UCR to engage in community outreach and education to combine political will for more environmentally friendly, sustainable, and equitable development to meet our transportation needs. We are just starting our next quarter, but we have an Instagram, and they provided the link to that if you'd like to stay in touch. Despite many shortcomings of our country's infrastructure, born of decades of lack of priority for alternatives to car transportation, I am pleased to be a resident of California that is doing things that the rest of the country is not. From California high-speed rail to Brightline West to proposed Metrolink expansions, recent Caltrain electrification, and all the expansion LA Metro is doing, these projects upon their completion are and will be infinitely more popular, efficient, and sustainable than any freeway expansion or construction currently in question. At the university here in Riverside, I'm seeing properly constructed two-way bike lanes with concrete barriers that weren't here 2 years ago, and that are in regular use because of their ability to safely encourage active transportation separated from cars. And while it's nowhere near enough, it's certainly enough of a start to make me hopeful for much needed future change. Therefore, esteemed Commission, I implore you all to consider that if the state is ever to meet goals for mitigating traffic-related fatalities, alleviating traffic, and mitigating climate change, we continue to embrace widespread adoption of car alternative transportation in cooperation with local governments to provide new opportunities for our constituents to prosper and to be a model for the rest of the country. Thank you.
First of all, thank you. Second, here's the funny part. I thought you said that was a 4th grade student. Tanisha had to tell me that was a 4th-year college student, which made I was so impressed with that 4th grade student.
I would be as well.
Yes. Commissioner Bradshaw.
Was that signed future transportation commissioner?
There you go. I want to thank all of our colleagues and our stakeholders and our team. We ran much longer than we usually do. Your patience and your focus are deeply appreciated. Chair Eager, you may recall, this morning, that was only this morning, asked if we might close today in honor of the memory, I believe it was 82 years ago, of the attack on Pearl Harbor and the loss of 2,400 human beings in that attack. I had also mentioned that this evening for our friends in the Jewish community, it's Hanukkah, and we certainly wish our friends who celebrate that festival of lights well. Is there anything else that anyone would like to close on today? Hello.
Hi, I wanted to make one comment, but when you said that, I just felt compelled. If everyone would stand.
Yeah.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's holy light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and white stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red cloud, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you.
May I just say that you are amazing. Thank you for stepping forward and doing
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you. Wow. Would anyone else like to step forward and sing? This meeting of the California Transportation Commission in December is officially adjourned.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a workshop in this meeting starting immediately, so the sooner we can vacate, the better.